This order is up for the mover to reply. However, I'm informed that the mover was suspended this morning, and therefore this order will also be deferred. Next order. Senator Chute, you know exactly how and when you're supposed to rise on a point of order. And the circumstances we are now do not warrant a senator to rise on a point of order. Next order.
Order number 12.
Now, Honorable Senators, Order 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16, and 17 are supposed to go to the Committee of the Whole stage. Again, we do not have the requisite numbers to do that, and therefore those orders are deferred. We will proceed to Order 18. Clerk, kindly proceed to call that order.
Order number 18, the Coffee Bill, Senate Bills number 10 of 2023, second reading. Resumption of debate interrupted on Thursday, 16th November 2023.
Now, at the rise of the House, Senator Aaron Churiot was contributing in his capacity as the majority leader, and he had a balance of 54 minutes. He is not present, and therefore those minutes shall be forfeited. And now, Honorable Senators, the floor is open. Senator Omar Sheikh Mariam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to comment on statements.
No, we are long past that. Senator Olekina, we are on the coffee bill. No. Senator Mundega, as you gather your thoughts together, Senator Olekina, can we hear Senator Mundega?
Asante Bwana Speaker. Mimi ni Vice Chairperson wa Agriculture. Nashukuru committee ya Agriculture ile kazi tulifanya, kwa sababu wakati tulikuwa natembea tulienda Kericho, tukaenda Kisii, pia tukaenda Embu County na tukaenda Kirinyaga na Nyeri. Na tulikutana na wakulima wale ambaye tunajua kutoka miaka mingi mambo ya kahawa. Wakati tulikuwa tunakuwa watu wazima, ndio kahawa ilikuwa kila kitu. Na wakati tulikuwa nasukua maoni ya hao watu, ilikuwa ni kilio, kwa sababu watu wengi walikuwa nasema wanauza, wanalima, wanafanya kazi yote, lakini ikifika wakati wa kuvuna wanavuna vizuri, na pia wakiuza inakuwa hata kupata zile pesa inakuwa ni shinda. Bwana Speaker, tuliona tusikue maoni ya watu wote, kwa sababu katika kahawa ni moja ya kilimo katika Kenya. Kwa kaunti 47, kaunti 35 sinalima kahawa, Na pia si kahawa peke yake, kuna vitu mingi, lakini tunajua kahawa ni kitu ambaye ni muhimu kwa sababu ndio kila kitu katika ulimwenguni, na kahawa inauzwa Kenya, inauzwa nchi zingine za ng'ambo. Na wakati tulisikia hiyo maoni, tukaona tukuje tukae chini, tuangalie, tuone tutasaidia mkulima namna gani. Upande wa bei na upande wa fertilizer na mambo mingi. Ndio kilimo ya kahawa watu waache kukatakata, waweze kurudi kufanya vile inafaa. Tukaona ni vizuri waregesewe ile mambo ya zamani, kama ni mambo ya bondi ama na county, siwezi kuangalia kwa sababu county zetu na bondi zinafanya vizuri kule masinani. Kwa hivyo naunga mkono, na pia naomba Senate iangalie maoni ndio tuweze kuona tutasaidia mkulima namna gani. Kwa sababu kahawa hata mambo ya revenue collection iwa inasaidia serikali na pia inasaidia county zote. Kwa hivyo ni kitu ambaye inafaa iangaliwe. Mambo ya kuuza, tukaona ni vizuri kama mtu akiuza kahawa inakuwa iwe ni free market, na iwe kama inauzwa iwe ikilipwa na ndora, na pia mwananchi mkulima iwe hawezi kukaa miezi mingi kama anjapata pesa zake. Hiyo ingine tuliangalia ni mambo hapo katikati kwa mkulima na serikali, pahali kahawa inauzwa huko nchi za ng'ambo, ile katelo siko pale katikati, serikali ya national government na county government ifuatilie, ndio mkulima asiwe ni mtu wa kunyanyashwa, ndio mkulima awe anaweza kupata pesa ya kusaidia familia yake na familia zao, na mambo ya afya, mambo ya familia. Pia ingine tuliangalia ni kuwa kwa sababu kahawa ni kila kitu, mkulima awe akipatiwa fertilizer ni afadhali apatiwe na avuta kuvuna na kuuza, iwe ataweza kulipa ile madeni. Asanti. Kwa hivyo mimi nikuwa mmoja wa mwenyekiti, tuliona ni vizuri tuangalie, na pia serikali kwa sasa na ishukuru kwa sababu imepitisha karibu bilioni 4 ndio mkulima awe akinunua kahawa kwa shilingi karibu 100. Asanti Bwana Spika.
Senator Ledama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to support this bill, which really seeks to develop regulations on the coffee industry in Kenya. But as I support this legislation, Mr. Speaker, I want us to reflect back on the introduction of cash crops in this economy called Kenya. Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest problems we have as a country, and in terms of looking at laws that we develop in this House, is the fact that some of these laws that we passed, are not laws which are inbuilt, that are designed to support local farmers. These are bills which are designed, Mr. Speaker, to create products for other markets, but not really for food sustainability. Mr. Speaker, I want to believe that there'll be a time that as a country, we can start developing regulations that promote sustainability, that promotes cooperative, that promote, building of consensus and also synergy between the farmers, government, and the private sector. One of my biggest pet peeves, Mr. Speaker, with cash crops is that we develop them to be able to feed the overseas market. That is the way, Mr. Speaker, we've been designed as a nation. I'm one of the biggest critics of the World Bank and the IMF, Mr. Speaker, because of the dangers that they are putting us through, because of the slavery mentality, or rather tendency, that they continue inculcating into our culture. People have been talking about the coffee industry for many years, Mr. Speaker. When I was growing up, the coffee industry was really there to support the local communities. In fact, I was having a conversation with one of the clerks, and he said to me, when farmers were growing coffee, when it comes to the time of paying them, some money will be set aside so that at the end of the financial year, these farmers are given money as a bonus. And some of that money will be from their own kitty, money that they saved, to really build sustainability. So, Mr. Speaker, as I read through quickly on the memorandum and object of reasons, these regulations that we want to develop to boost the coffee industry, we now must start thinking outside the box, Mr. Speaker. We must start thinking and saying, how do we build cooperative movements that will be able to ensure that a poor farmer in Kirinyaga, a poor farmer in Nyeri, a poor farmer in Kitale, Trans Nzoia County, and even now, Mr. Speaker, in Narok County, can be able to use that coffee plant, produce it locally, sell it, make the money, but also be part of a government initiative that has developed proper regulations that support that farmer, the private sector, and also to ensure sustainability of that crop. We are lamenting on a daily basis, Mr. Speaker, about brokers, coffee brokers. In fact, if you listen to most leaders from Mount Kenya, when they are raising their concerns about the coffee industry, they will tell you it has been taken over by cartels. But they will never tell you what it is that we need to do. And that is why I believe the senator or the chairperson of the Committee of Agriculture Livestock, Senator Murango, has thought that can we now relook at these regulations? Can we come up with regulations that promote sustainability of the crop? Can we come up with regulations that will ensure that these cooperative movements are not overtaken by cartels? And my contribution to this, and I hope that I can have some time to really sit down and discuss with the chairperson on agriculture who has sponsored this bill, being a committee bill, is now to say, how do we do away with all these huge controls by boards, and since agriculture is devolved, we take it to mini cooperatives, give those cooperatives more powers. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the dairy industry today, and I think we can learn from each and every industry. If you go to Githunguri, which I've learned a lot from them, which we are now actually exercising. If you look at Fresher as a company, in Githunguri dairies, they are put together, all the farmers, decisions are made by those farmers. When they sell their milk, they know what they'll get as a bonus if they are to get it. They know when they'll be able to get, they control. In fact, the dairy board, I dare say, goes to them and say, how can we do this better? In fact, the dairy board goes to them and collect that data so that they can go out and say, we have done A, B, C, D in the sector. No, it is those farmers. So I believe, Mr. Speaker, it should be important, not that there is a national body that controls the coffee industry, but that control should go back to the farmers. That control ought to go back to the cooperative movements, the private sector working together. Mr. Speaker, if you look at cotton, not cotton, but cottage industries in this country, today you'll find beekeepers who come together, they produce their honey, and instead of selling it in supermarkets, they now go to weekend markets. You know, they go there, neighborhood markets, and they sell and they make their money. So as we think about legislation, I want us to do away with this issue of formulations of these boards. You're setting up a board. You set up a board, that board will need money to run. It is those farmers who will now be tasked again, and we're talking about taxation here. Every day we lament about the number of levies, the number of taxes that are introduced in this country. The only day that we will do away with those taxes, Mr. Speaker, I dare say, is the time when we start developing legislation not to please the IMF or the World Bank, or to create products for the export market, but rather to create products that support sustainability of our small economies. I want a farmer in Kitale to have 2 acres of land. They grow coffee, Arabica. And when they harvest the beans, they can sell, make money. They will be paid some part of that money by a board or rather a cooperative that they form, that person is a member. Last year, or last parliament, Mr. Speaker, there was a bill that we discussed here, which was the warehousing receipt bill. That warehousing receipt bill, Mr. Speaker, was thought out very well, that we create warehouses where farmers can harvest their product, go sell them, they get a receipt, they tell them, today's market, this is the price. You can either give you this price, or you can wait until the time when we go sell to see how the market will change, and whatever would have earned more than what we are calculating now, we will give it to you as a bonus. We need to borrow from that legislation so that that farmer who has got 2 acres of land can also say, even if I'm to export this product, I will export it myself as a member of this cooperative. I've got a few pointers, Mr. Speaker, which I had raised, which I just want to highlight on them briefly, because I just put my thoughts really quick. Number one, what I don't find in this legislation, although I support it, is on the issue of prioritization of sustainability development of the coffee sector in this country. We need now to demystify further. We need to go to Franzoia and say, do we have a database of all farmers here who are coffee farmers? If yes, we do, anybody else who wants to become a coffee farmer goes through, gets into that database, and is assisted by that cooperative. Number two, we need to ensure, which I'm not seeing here, and the reason why I'm not seeing here, Mr. Speaker, is because of the issue of setting up a board. This agriculture in this country is devolved. The framers of the Constitution were very clear. They want food security. They want sustainability. They want us to be able to develop our agricultural sector. The only way we can develop our agricultural sector, Mr. Speaker, sir, is to ensure that we develop clear guidelines and regulation for coffee production, processing, and marketing from county to county. I'd be very happy if I come to Nairobi or I go to another big show, which we don't do this often, Mr. Speaker, to see coffee from Narok, coffee from Kitale, coffee from Nyeri, coffee from Thika, and people are competing based on that. And those regulations cannot be uniform, in my view, Mr. Speaker. You know, the only time when you make them uniform is if you want to dance to the tune of the IMF, the World Bank, and the outside world that want you to continue feeding them and not really focusing on your own environment. We need to encourage research. I'm happy that this, one of the objects of this bill is to be able to change the Kenya Agricultural Livestock Research Organization to Coffee Research Institute. Yes, let us set up this research. You know, I love that, you know, but can it be informed by the different environments, different? We have seen, Mr. Speaker, coffee houses, you know, being established as big businesses in this country. It started just a few years ago, maybe a decade ago. But if we are not careful, Mr. Speaker, even those coffee houses will be run, all the profit will be owned by multinational corporations. I dare say right now, the 2 big coffee houses that we have in this country, because we have failed in educating or illuminating to the public on how important this coffee is, are owned by multinational corporations. There might be a small part of ownership which is owned by local people. But in terms of this research, I wish that there would be some universities which will take up and say, we really care about what we can gain here, so we want to make sure that there is a small research institute. You know, we need to know whether we can market our coffee effectively by blending different beans. We can even start with a blend and say we have got a blend from Trans Nzoia beans. The environment there is different. You know, I'm growing some coffee in Narok. The environment there is different. You know, other people are growing coffee in other areas. Can we blend those beans and say, this is, you know, Rift Valley beans being blended with this other one, and we sell and we make money? Just like what the tea industry has done in this country. Mr. Speaker, I know you are an advent traveler, but everywhere you go, when you go to big hotels, you'll find Kenyan tea, but it's not marketed as Kenyan tea. It's actually marketed as, is it Linton or Lip, whatever it's called? We need this research institute, which I support entirely, must now start looking at it and say, what will it take for us to take the beans from Trans Nzoia? We've got some big farms there. Some of my friends have got big farms there that are growing coffee. And we say, let's blend it with beans from Mount Kenya region. Very, very important, and I hope that one of the reasons why I'm also supporting this is to be able to, these regulations that we are talking about must be able to clearly define the pricing mechanism. What pricing mechanism do we use to be able to market our coffee? If you go to Starbucks, Mr. Speaker, you will find that, you know, Kenyan coffee is not branded or sold as coffee from Mount Kenya, coffee from this area. It's just Kenya. Ethiopia coffee, Ethiopia coffee. But Kenya is different. We're a nation of 45 different nations, you know, different environments. So we need to be proud of that. So in terms of the pricing, that pricing goes also with the issue of transparency and accountability, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the tea sector, people used to trade tea, but all the auctioning would happen in Mombasa. You know, they would take all the tea, they'll get on the train, they'll ride on the train all the way to Mombasa, and they'll auction the tea there. So the pricing will be decided there, based on that auction. Not where the tea is produced. Mombasa doesn't produce tea. So I think it is timely that we look at it. One of the things that I would like us to take away, although, as I said, I'd like us to take away from this bill, is this role of really empowering cabinet secretaries. What we need to be doing is empowering CCs in charge of agriculture in counties. If you look at, as an example, Section 94 of the bill, it says, the cabinet secretary may, in consultation with the board, make regulations prescribing anything that may be prescribed under this act. Why on earth are we giving these cabinet secretaries such powers? Mr. Speaker, I think we need to wake up. And there's normally, as I normally say, we smell the coffee. Agriculture is devolved. Yes, the cabinet secretary formulate policies on different sectors, but do we really want to give him so much power such that Governor Mutembei in Trans Nzoia cannot sit with his CEC and go directly to the people there and say, can we work together as a cooperative and come up with policies or come up with a board to make regulations on how we are going to trade, how we are going to make money. Everything must be about making money. We make money, we live well. You know, being poor, and especially now, is one of the most expensive things you can ever have. But it's not that we're poor. It is that our minds are colonized. We do not produce what will help us build our economy. We produce what will help other economies build their own economies. Mr. Speaker, I have, you know, reiterated on this, but let me just add more flesh into it. I think it's imperative, and I can see my time is ending, that we now need, and this is what I was saying, when we blend, we add value. You know, we can have, just like you have a wine connoisseur, you have the coffee ones. They say when you blend the beans from Trans Nzoia and the beans from Narok, you have this type of coffee. We add value to it. So these regulations must also enhance that. I want to end by saying, because I see my time is running up, that one thing that I don't see here, and I wish that the chairperson can relook into this bill, and I hope that we can talk, so that it becomes neater when at the committee of the whole to change a few things. Because you might bring one, and then politics get in the way. No, we just want it this way. Because there's no bill, Mr. Speaker, that we pass here that has got no interest outside. Most of the bills we pass here are actually sponsored by lobbies out there. And we just come here, we fight for them, and then boom, the lobbies continue making all their money. We need to say, can we promote partnerships and collaborations? Can farmers in Narok, in Kajiado, not Kajiado, because or maybe here, even parts of Kajiado can also grow coffee. In Trans Nzoia, can we promote this? What do we make it possible? You know, because we give this Ministry of Agriculture a lot of money. You know, can we promote partnerships? Can we promote collaboration between the government, the private sector, even civil societies, because civil society do help, and the farmers, you know, to be able to ensure that we leverage the resources and we support the coffee growers. And finally, it is important to monitor and evaluate your progress. So I think one of the key things that is missing in this proposed legislation is the issue of monitoring and evaluating progress. You know, nothing should be set in stone, Mr. Speaker. You know, I had someone that said that change is constant. The only thing which is permanent is character. So when you are now saying, I've taken this, I'm monitoring it, are people buying it? You know, are people liking the coffee which is not blended? Are people liking the blended coffee? That should now guide us in terms of how do we develop, how do we add value so that we can ensure ultimately that the farmer benefits. I end by saying all these will work well, Mr. Speaker, for once, if we ensure a fiduciary responsibility, accountability and transparency in every sector that we attempt to develop. Coffee is important, very, very important. The dairy sector is very, very important. You know, the tea sector is very, very important. I think it's about time, Mr. Speaker, that the Ministry of Agriculture should not concentrate most of their time in their offices in Nairobi, but the cabinet secretary, who was a former colleague, should now be going to counties and saying, you know, I get so much money, and this money, it's like I'm just spending it in the boardrooms, or when I come to parliament, I say, oh, we lost 16B when we were importing rice. Why should we be importing? We can develop our own agricultural sector. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. My time is up.
Senator Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to support this bill. And Mr. Speaker, I read somewhere that the more things change, the more they remain the same. If you look at, Mr. Speaker, this bill, the objective of the act that we intend to draw from this bill, the objective, Mr. Speaker, is that we have an act of parliament to provide for the establishment of the Coffee Board of Kenya and the Coffee Research Institute to produce for the role of national and county governments, provide for regulation, development, and promotion of coffee industry and for connected purposes. Mr. Speaker, nothing new. This is exactly, dear colleagues, what the law was when Honorable Speaker was a member of the National Assembly of Kenya in the early, at the beginning of this century, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, somebody got misguided and went and brought a bill that amalgamated all the boards in the country, from coffee to pyrethrum to cotton to sugar to everything into some crazy thing called the Agricultural Food Act, AFA. And that was the beginning of the problem. Mr. Speaker, what happened at that time is that the Kenya Sugar Board of Kenya was in its books in the credit of excess of 6 billion Kenya shillings. So the moment they amalgamated this thing, that money disappeared, and that was the beginning of the collapse of the sugar industry in the sugar belt. I think somebody had thought that since that money was was lying there, the sugar industry was very lucrative, that they would use that money to then inject into other meaningless boards that were really struggling, like the Pyrethrum Board of Kenya, for them to start and to become afloat. They were misguided. Mr. Speaker, I therefore strongly support this, that the coffee board must be there as standalone, just like a sugar board should be there as standalone, and so on and so forth. Mr. Speaker, when I say these things, I remember that many countries in the world, they produce coffee, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the #1 coffee producer is Brazil, followed by Switzerland. And unlike us, Brazil and Switzerland and other coffee producing countries, they have various types of coffee brands. But as Kenyans, we have the best brand called Arabica. Arabica, Mr. Speaker, is distinctive. It has got a strong aroma, and it has got a strong flavor. And what's more, Mr. Speaker, the Kenyan coffee, Arabica, has an aftertaste of wine. So that the people who partake of coffee and they pretend they don't take alcohol, they are actually there, somewhere in the middle, taking alcohol and having more or less the same effects, and they don't have to go to their priest and repent that they partook of alcohol. Mr. Speaker, it is this uniqueness of the Kenyan Arabica that keeps on worrying me every day. That what went wrong? Because once upon a time, in my community, Kakamega was a serious producer of coffee. Bungoma was a serious producer of coffee, but down that enterprise has gone. Mr. Speaker, it's shameful that the plants were uprooted, and without caring of where we were as a country. We are not doing badly. We were actually, whereas Brazil is #1 and Switzerland is #2, Kenya, we are a strong 16, number 16 in the whole world. So all we needed was imagination from the government to ensure that we support this particular sector. And where do people need support, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, where farmers need support is on pricing. There is no responsible government that just sits there and does not address the issue of the agriculture produced by their farmers. You must do something about pricing. Mr. Speaker, and as you do so, you tweak the price in such a manner that there is no farmer who at the end of a season declares a net loss. So responsible governments across the world give farmers guaranteed minimum returns. Mr. Speaker, sir, my predecessor, the Senator for Narok, who I thought knows things only about milk, he has really impressed me. He has talked about, thank you, he has talked about the issue of cartels. Don't get it wrong. The cartels we are talking about in coffee, the cartels in coffee, they are not from pasturists. The cartels, they are the very people in the coffee growing Kenya, in Mount Kenya. The cartels are the people of Mount Kenya. They are these people who understand the industry so well that they know how to play around with it, Mr. Speaker, so as to take advantage of the small-scale growers. In this country, coffee farming supports 6 million people. And of these 6 million people, 800,000 are small-scale farmers. And a small-scale farmer, Mr. Speaker, through your mind to Kilifi, is an innocent person who knows that they will go to the farm, till the land, and what have you, at the end of it, they'll harvest. They don't know about the complexities of local and international markets. They don't know the complexities of cooperatives and so on. So these are the criminal who then becomes part of the cartels from that area, then takes advantage of this farmer. This is where the government must come in and protect, get rid of the cartels. I want to congratulate the Deputy President. He has been very strong on the cartels, but he doesn't finish the statement. He should finish it by saying who these characters are. I think one of these days, some people will take a record of people who complete statements. We want leaders who will be completing statements. When we say cartels, if the cartel is Karen Nyamu, name her so that she can then challenge you for defamation and what have you, and then you corner her. God forbid. I'm just using you because you are the nearest member next to me. Mr. Speaker, which leads me to the next problem that affects these farmers. The farmers are not, the 800,000 farmers are not the ones who manage the factories. So the government must help in ensuring that management of factories is not done by those cartels, is done by people of integrity. It's amazing that in the midst of poor small-scale farmers, you have billionaires who don't even have a quarter, an acre of coffee farm. Mr. Speaker, beyond managing those factories, it is now a stated fact, an agreed experience, that the best way to get the maximum from the small-scale farmers is usually by putting them in cooperative societies. The emergence of cooperative societies has also now become a big problem because the cartels now have swung into controlling the cooperative societies. So that the cooperative movement that was very active earlier on in our lives, Mr. Speaker, you remember, Mr. Speaker, the cooperative movement was so powerful at the beginning that the Nordic countries went and created the Cooperative College in Karen. Cooperative College was a gift from the Nordic countries because of the vibrancy of the cooperative movement in this country. A huge school, a huge institution. But thanks to cartels and mismanagement of cooperatives, the Cooperative College has collapsed. It has been converted into the Cooperative University. I see people celebrating that, oh, it is now a university. They don't know what loss it has attracted. What loss it has attracted to the...
What is the point of order, Senator Karungo?
I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't wish to stop my senior as he is giving his statement, but he said that the Deputy President does not finish his statement when he says these cartels. He's talking about the cartels. Can he finish the statement when he's talking about those cartels? Mention them.
Mr. Speaker, the Senator of Kiambu is quite right that I should finish the cartels. Mr. Speaker, when I was talking about the cartels, I was not talking about the cartels from the point of lamenting that they are cartels. It was not from a point of acknowledgement that they are cartels. It was from a point of science, Mr. Speaker, that we have to break the chain, Mr. Speaker, and with all due respect. I mean, well, if a donor can create and colleagues make time and go to cooperative university, it is something. If the Nordic countries saw how successful we were, I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, the distinguished Senator Gloria probably was in the kindergarten, so she doesn't know those glory days. The cooperative movement
Senator Boni,
Yes.
you said the cooperative college, which is now a university, the change was a result of the actions of cartels. So then Senator Karungu rose on a point of order and said, kindly finish your statement by naming these cartels who contributed to the collapse of cooperative college that is now cooperative university.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, viewed it that way, I owe it to this House. The farthest I can go, Mr. Speaker.
What is your point of order, Senator Mazayo?
I'm sure he's...
Bwana Spika, ningependa kumsaidia ndugu yangu Kalwale mweleza ama kutamka tu ya kwamba hakusema kwa njia mbaya ama nia mbaya ya kwamba Mheshimiwa Naibu Rais anasaidia ama anashirikiana na wale watu wa cartel. Yeye amesema tu ni kwamba kunao wale watu wa katikati ambao nia yao ni kuchukua.
So what is your point of order, Senator Mazayo?
Pardon?
What is your point of order, Senator?
My point of order, hoja yangu ya nidhamu ilikuwa kuweza kumweka usawa yule chairman wa Rutos.
No, Senator Mazayo.
Ili asiweze kumuingilia katikati. Kuna tabia Bwana Speaker, nisikize kidogo na mimi niongee. Kuna tabia moja ambayo iko hapa ambayo kama ako na line anachukua line yake ya kuweza kueleza ama kuweza katika mswada.
Senator Mazayo, you're out of order. I wish you rose on a point of information because you want to assist a colleague with certain information, but not on a point of order. So I overrule that point of order. Proceed and conclude, Senator Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I truly thank the Senator for Kilifi for informing me through a point of order, but so that I don't look like I'm running away from the things I believe in. When I stood in public and I said that cartels in the sugar industry were finishing my community, I completed the statement, and on the spot, His Excellency stood up and said, "Mambo ni matatu." And thanks to the Mambo ni matatu, the nonsense has ended. So it is important the people in the coffee
Senator
sector.
Boni, in
yes.
equal measure, can you complete your statement just like you did when
yes.
you're in Western?
Yes, yes, Mr. Speaker. So because the coffee industry collapsed several years ago in our area, where the cartels are now active is in the Mount Kenya region. I wish I knew their names. You guys, you are lucky. I wish I knew you. I would say it here now. And you will do nothing. Mr. Speaker, they are lucky, wherever they are. Let them thank God. But Dangwa, my brother Dangwa, pick courage. Do you know, Dangwa, I was a small boy in a town called Fort Hall. I don't think you know Fort Hall. Fort Hall is the town you call these days Muranga. When I was in Fort Hall as a little boy, we used to see coffee. And Muranga, Kiambu were beautiful. These ugly buildings you see here in Kiambu, they annoy me when I remember the coffee that I used to see. And that coffee was giving this country a lot of forex. We have dropped from where we were. We are now at number 16. And so that the farmers of this country can know that there is nothing in houses where you have to chase people every month to collect your rent of 20,000. Brazil earns, Mr. Speaker, at number 1, it earns $6 billion US from coffee. At number 2, Switzerland earns 3.6 USD billion from coffee. That's what we killed when some jokers came and cheated people in Kiambu and Muranga that let us replace the red soil with buildings. We must, as legislators, fight and help the president in ensuring that this housing program can succeed so that people can be moved from that red soil, that rich farmland, to come and live in headquarters and instead leave the land free for development. I would have liked to continue, but because I can see colleagues are queuing, let me give them my time, and I support very strongly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Muma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this bill. Mr. Speaker, for me, I would like to say that I am a bit confused. And the reason I'm confused is that, to me, government exists in perpetuity. And as Honorable Boni Khalwale has said, some research was done in the agriculture sector, and a decision was made to amalgamate institutions in the sector and come up with one big institution with departments. Mr. Speaker, I say so because this is not the first time we've had a coffee board of Kenya or a coffee law. We are actually trying to go back to where we were before that amalgamation was done. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether the key thing is just to isolate it from the bigger institution, or whether it brings on board key material issues that we will need to look at. And Mr. Speaker, allow me to ask the chair of the Agriculture Committee to kindly favor this House with some opinion on what I have just raised, on what it means to continue having the institution that is in place, and then starting to hive out other small institutions out of that, without bringing an amendment to the bigger law to ensure that we have hived out, whether it is the coffee bill, and I believe the sugar bill is also coming in place. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, allow me to go to the content.
Senator Muma, Senator Gloria wishes to inform you. Would you accede to that? Can you proceed, Senator?
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
A point of information on why the Kenya Kwanza government is intentional on this coffee industry is that there are some regulations and there are some details on how you are going to control the pricing, or even just incentivizing the farmers to push on the coffee production, that cannot be attained within the bigger scope of that bigger organization that you're talking about. And that is why we are now being intentional, and we are moving all matters with regards to coffee towards a specific agency that will just be dealing with coffee. That is my point of information.
Mr. Speaker, I would still request that the chair addresses the issue that I asked. I did not ask the intentions of Kenya Kwanza on what they want to do with the coffee industry. Mr. Speaker, coming to the content of this bill, again on the responsibility of the Senate, knowing that agriculture is a devolved function, I would have wanted to see a law that strengthens the intergovernmental relations, that recognizes that agriculture is devolved, therefore the key functions lie with the county governments, one that therefore structures the law in a manner that actually respects that. Mr. Speaker, I would have also wanted to see a law that respects the principles of the Constitution, one that would be centered on the rights of the very people we would want to be helping with this law. Mr. Speaker, this law needs to be stronger on supporting the coffee farmer. I have not seen a strength in that. I have seen a strength on establishing an institution that is not different from the coffee board that existed before, and we all know that the coffee board that existed before ended up serving perhaps those people that are referred to by Senator Boni Khalwale as cartels. It ended up being a tool that was used by a few wealthy people against the majority of the small-scale farmers. Mr. Speaker, when you look at clause 7, in terms of the persons who are supposed to form the coffee board, Mr. Speaker, I find that that clause, number 1, does not guarantee, in accordance with Article 27 of the Constitution, that the necessary gender ratios will be achieved. So I would want to request that the movers of the bill ensure they put in a clause that will ensure that once appointments have been done, they respect the constitutional provision under Article 27(8) that requires that the appointive bodies must respect the 2/3 gender rule. This would mean that whoever is appointing must come up with a formula that will not violate this. Mr. Speaker, I also see a pattern that may very well suggest that the bigger coffee farmers belong to national government and the small-scale farmers belong to the county governments. That is a bad fallacy. When you look at 7(1)(d), it is proposing that 2 persons of the opposite gender representing small-scale coffee growers be nominated by the Council of Governors. And then later, you see at 1G, that 1 person representing an association of coffee farmers nominated by the cabinet secretary, trying to suggest that the bigger scale farmers belong to national government and the small scale farmer belongs to the county government. Mr. Speaker, this is splitting hairs. There is no large scale farmer who is not situated in a county. And we must not, by these clauses, hive off what actually belongs to the county and give it to the national government. And when it comes to the function, Mr. Speaker, I would want to see a function that requires that the board acts in the best interest of coffee farmers, both small scale and large scale, so that this is not just a board that directs farmers on what to do, directs farmers around the prices, directs matters relating to licensing, but does not listen to the people. I have not seen a clause that provides for a public participation in terms of decision making that ensures that the decision that carries the day is a decision that is in the best interest of the farmers. Mr. Speaker, as I finalize, I want to speak to Schedule 2. And the Schedule 2, in my view, has actually determined which licenses will be issued by the board and which licenses will be issued by the county governments and which licenses will be issued by the Capital Markets Authority. I wish to suggest, Mr. Speaker, that in that schedule, functions of counties have actually been given to the board. And that is something I would want that the committee relooks at to ensure that we are not clawing back on the constitutional functional assignment to county governments and taking mandates that belong to counties, giving them to a board that is in the control of national government and therefore clawing back on county functions. So whereas I support and I still insist we need to find out the rationale, we are going to waste public resources if we have the amalgam of the agriculture institutions carrying out functions including coffee and then having yet another body similar to the one that didn't work for us being put in place. So I'm in very good faith requesting that the committee consider the issues that I'm talking about so that by the time we pass this law, we are passing a law that is truly people-centered, that is truly farmer-centered. Mr. Speaker, even as I spoke about gender, one issue I forgot on clause 7, we need to recognize that coffee is planted in many counties. we might want to actually have a clause to ensure that members of that board are drawn from the different counties where coffee is grown in this country. Coffee is grown in Mount Kenya, coffee is grown in Rift Valley, coffee is grown in Western Kenya. I believe coffee can be grown at the coast, in some in Kwale and elsewhere. So we must also ensure that the representation on that board reflects the different counties that want to participate in coffee growing. Mr. Speaker, I also suggest the chairman who is supposed to be appointed by the president we have not suggested who that chairman should be. My view is that the chair of this board must be a coffee farmer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Chute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when I stand here before you today, some people might think that this gentleman, Senator, comes from Marsabit, Northeastern Province, or Upper Eastern. What does he know about coffee? But apparently, Honorable Speaker, Marsabit is coffee growing county, especially on the hill of Marsabit Mountain, which is called Saku. And when I was a young boy, we used to go and farm in those coffee plantations. And Honorable Speaker, we had the best coffee that comes from Marsabit. Honorable Speaker, this bill, I want to agree with Senator Muma that this is supposed to be a county issue, and it is devolved function. Agriculture is a devolved function. But what is happening, Honorable Speaker, is the devolved functions are not being fed with money. The government is not releasing funds. I think counties are able and capable to manage coffee or any agriculture produce in their counties. Honorable Speaker, we have 35 counties in this country out of 47. And we can have even more counties if there is an institution that can look at other counties that can also produce or cultivate coffee tree. Honorable Speaker, about 3 months ago, we had an opportunity to visit Jebel Ali Free Zone. And what we found there is that Kenyan tea being packed in a warehouse, blended and packed. And after it's being packed, it is given a different name, or the marking is completely different. The origin of the tea is from Kenya, but after blending, it is being given a different name and is going to different countries in Asia and even Europe. Honorable Speaker, when we asked the manager of KTDA, he told us, I asked him, why are we not doing this blending in a warehouse, a bonded warehouse in Kenya? And the answer was, Honorable Speaker, very simple. He says, when we import packaging papers, the duties, taxes on them are very high. And after packing, sending it also is a lot of issues. So, Speaker, that is the only reason why we should send our Kenya Tea Development Authority to go and repack our tea in UAE, Dubai. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the origin of coffee today, is from Ethiopia, 1,000 years old. And if you go to Ethiopia today, from morning to evening, even night, people are taking coffee. They don't take tea that much. They take coffee. That by itself is helping the country to even cultivate more and produce more. Honorable Speaker, Ethiopia, like Honorable Khalwali said, Kenya is truly in number 16, position 16. And of course, Ethiopia is position 6 in the country, followed by Uganda in position 8. If we manage our agriculture sector well, Honorable Speaker, I'm sure we are going to do better than the current position of position 16. Honorable Speaker, coffee is planted and consumed worldwide. Honorable Speaker, this is in today, if you look at the varieties of coffee, Arabica is mainly cultivated in Latin America, while Robusta is predominantly in Africa. If you look at production of coffee today, the best you can do is 2,300 kilograms to 3,000 kilograms per hectare. And today in the world, coffee is the most beloved beverages that is consumed worldwide. Honorable Speaker, the problem today is facing Kenya is cost of production. This bill should address cost of producing coffee per kilogram. Initially, when we were in school, I know very well, coffee production is about 30 to 40 shillings per kilo. Today, it is from 80 to 100 shillings per kilo production of coffee. Honorable Speaker, the problem this bill should address also is farmers, our farmers in Kenya. After cultivating the coffee, doing the most hardest work, producing that coffee, the prices they are going to be offered, they will know this price, that whatever they are going to be offered after the produce has been sold, that is the time they will know the price they have gotten for the hard-earned money. In fact, the farmers lose control of their produce after it has gone for milling. Once it leaves your farm, you have no control over it anymore. It is being managed by people who don't even cultivate coffee, sadly, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we must have a solution for our coffee cultivation. The first solution, Honorable Speaker, is to reserve a price, a reserve price that the government must establish, that the price of coffee or any agriculture produce should not go below this much. Number two, establishing of funds to cushion in case of any farmer or farmers loses their price they wanted. The other issue, number three, Honorable Speaker, is prompt payment. Not only coffee farmers, many farmers, after they've sold their produce, even tea farmers, sugarcane farmers, will wait for their payment for even up to 2 years. That must change. Honorable Speaker, the other most important issue is to give our farmers or recommend a direct sales so that a farmer can sell his produce direct to wherever he wants, any place, anywhere in this world. And also, Honorable Speaker, payment should be done in US dollars because consumption of this particular variety or coffee is being mainly exported to Europe or Asia. Another issue, Honorable Speaker, which is number 6, branding of our coffee. Honorable Speaker, the government should not even must try and see how they can support our farmers to brand their produce as produce of Kenya after
marketing it after doing the necessary packing so that the farmer can reap the maximum profit out of his produce. Honorable Speaker, I think the government have research stations in this country, and I don't know why they shouldn't how they can upgrade cultivation of coffee in Kenya by extending research officers to other counties, mainly those counties bordering Ethiopia, which is one of the counties I come from. Honorable Speaker, agriculture is a devolved function. It is prudent for this government to send funds, to release funds to the devolved functions, instead of having it in law, things they have it in law, that agriculture is a devolved function. It is important for our government to release funds to those counties so that they can manage agriculture properly and well. Finally, Honorable Speaker, if you go to Kiambu areas, I've been going to Kiambu, and you will find so many coffee trees being uprooted and housing development coming up in those areas. Once you uproot coffee tree in a particular place, you need to replace it in any other place that is the coffee can grow. Honorable Speaker, I would want to stand here today to support this bill, but we should, we've been having Coffee Board of Kenya since I was born. I've heard about Coffee Board of Kenya. I've heard about it, and I know it is disbanded, and I think this bill wants to bring that Coffee Board back again. It is something we've had, this issue of boards, and I don't think they can do any meaningful thing for us. I would want to see, like Senator Muma has said, we have 35 counties producing coffee. Those 35 can come together and have their own programs, how to cultivate, how to blend, how to export, how to sell, how to bring back this money into those counties. They can do that, they can manage it. So I think they can do some amendment, if that is possible, so that counties, instead of having coffee boards back again, they can use the 35 counties to come together and see if they can produce and blend and sell and export to other countries. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I beg to support.
Thank you, Senator Chute. Senator Wamatinga Wahome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I like to support this bill that is originating from a committee I sit in. Mr. Speaker, sir, I know that Senator Chute might not have the light information about the existence of Coffee Board. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am a product of coffee. When I was in school, all you needed to prove is that you have harvested some coffee, that your parents owned some, and you could go to school. Nobody was being chased out of school. Mr. Speaker, sir, up until in the 80s, when the IMF and the World Bank came with the structural adjustment programs that needed to see less of involvement of the government in the cooperative movements and a lot of private hands in it, that is where things started going south for us. Mr. Speaker, sir, this was the entry point and I would want Senator Karware to listen to this, when the few informed cartels took advantage of the less involvement of the government, and a lot of farmers who are not aware of where even to capture the market from, and they took advantage of that. They crippled the cooperatives that were bringing the farmers together, ensured that the farmers did not have a collective voice, and started systematically bringing them down. That is how one of the prestigious institutions in the name of Cooperative College of Kenya got lost. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have had various attempts to revive agricultural sector, be it coffee, be it milk, be it tea, be it sugar, or even be it cotton. I am proud, Mr. Speaker, sir, to say that before the committee that I sit in, the Committee of Agriculture, led by none other than a statute farmer called Senator Murango, we have managed to bring before this House various bills that will ensure that we address this issue that has continued to oppress the farmers for the last couple of decades. Mr. Speaker, sir, the structural adjustment programs was an American, or do I say an Western concept of trying to dominate African economies by trying to dictate mechanisms that were only meant to work in societies where communities are highly informed, highly educated, and can be able to regulate themselves, including being able to work with market dynamics to be able to come together so that they could achieve economies of scale. Given the background of most African countries, be it Zimbabwe, be it Zambia, be it Kenya, we lost in it because our population, most of it at that time, were highly illiterate, and most of them were small-scale farmers who could not be able to generate the economies of scale because they lacked the dynamics to come together. Mr. Speaker, sir, the bill as we have it before us, Mr. Speaker, yes, we are aware that there is AFA, Agricultural Food Association, that was meant to address the issues. But in this AFA, these were directorates that were not resourced enough, that only had one person sitting in a desk trying to manage a cash crop or trying to manage one product. And Mr. Speaker, sir, AFA is a disaster to this country. It became and compounded the problems faced by the farmers. We know as it is, even in the macadamia industry, Mr. Speaker. The market as it is today, after the COVID, where we did not have the luxurious demand of the macadamia, Mr. Speaker, in the Western countries, AFA, instead of moving with changing times, they denied people licenses to export in shell macadamia. We have had our farmers now cutting down and bringing down this macadamia tree because the prices collapsed. Mr. Speaker, we must create now boards that can be able to work with the dynamics and also use the forces of market, that's demand and supply, to respond to the farmers' needs. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I do agree with Senator Catherine Muma. The boards must be farmer-centric. The boards must be in a position to promote democracy. And that's why anybody who will lead through the bill will see that the county governments have been given a central role, including licensing of marketers. A role that has been up to now been played by central government, which is manned by one desk officer. Needless to say that most of even those desk officers that are in the directorate, they have no idea what coffee is, or any other crop for that matter. And that is why this bill is before this House, to cure the gaps that have been there, to seal the leakages that have seen that farmers have been exploited, and to ensure, most importantly, that farmers can be able even to project what kind of harvest, what kind of input, and what kind of output they'll have, including the prices that they're going to get for the product at the end of the year. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me surprise you by telling you that there are only 3 products in this world: milk, coffee, and tea, that a farmer will take to the market without knowing when the money will come and how much will come. When the farmer has to wait until he's told this is the price that you've been able to get. And even now when it's how it's paid, they do not have a say. And when that price is paid, Mr. Speaker, sir, the farmer has no choice whether it is paid in dollars or in Kenya shillings or in Indian rupees for that matter. And that is why this bill is before us, Mr. Speaker, sir. The attempt of the bill is to cure the opaqueness of the market, where the farmers and the consumers cannot come together. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm happy to report in this House, as I left Columbia, where we had gone with the Deputy President to explore the models that they are using, we saw that most of the people in the coffee industry are young people, educated, highly informed, and they are running totally effective cooperative societies, because theirs is formed on the basis of a willing seller and a willing buyer. Mr. Speaker, sir, we want also to bring agribusiness in this country in the hands of the young people. It is not lost to us as a House that Kenyan population is getting younger by the day. Mr. Speaker, sir, the farmers, most of who are still very conservative, they hold into the old practices, they own the coffee farms, and moving forward, Mr. Speaker, we want to ensure that the younger generation takes up farming as an option. That's why we are talking about agribusiness and the young generation. But the only way we can be able to do that, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that it becomes attractive to the young people. One, the returns are good, and most importantly is that they know when they can get their returns, they are able to plan their life by ensuring that they can get whatever they put in the farms, they can get it out, and they know how much and when it's going to come. Mr. Speaker, sir, yes, agriculture is a devolved function, but we know that most of the county governments we have in Kenya, they have not been capacity built well enough to be able to access international markets. Unlike our neighbors Ethiopia, who consume quite a good proportion of their coffee, Kenya consumes very, very small proportion. Therefore, the only market that we are able to access is international market. To be able to do this, Mr. Speaker, sir, we need a strong coffee board that can be able to link up the consumers who are in foreign countries and the farmers, who most of them are small scale. Mr. Speaker, sir, that is why we, in the wisdom of the committee and after a thorough public participation, we ensured that the coffee board is not only going to be representative of the small farmers, but it is going to be controlled by the county governments, so that all the county governments led by the COG will have a strong say in how they market the coffee, the formation of economic blocks, and most importantly, the value addition. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is also not lost to us that most of the farmers have given up on coffee farming, and that is why production of Kenyan coffee has reduced from the 30 kilos per bush to only 3 kilos. We saw it in Ethiopia. We saw it in Colombia, Mr. Speaker, sir. Their production on average is up to 50 kilos per bush, and that would mean that without changing the acreage of coffee that we have in this country, we would be able to double or even triple the production. Mr. Speaker, sir, as we do this, it should not be lost to us that Kenyan coffee is one of the highest quality. It is used by most of the countries to blend and to improve the quality of their product, which is unfortunately then not marketed as a Kenyan coffee or as a Kenyan product, but rather as other countries' product. Mr. Speaker, sir, this has been the case because the regimes that have been there hitherto have not had any interest in ensuring that the farmer gets their rightful share, in ensuring that the Kenyan product gets a rightful share in the international market. Moving forward, Mr. Speaker, sir, and most importantly, now that we are facing a challenge of foreign exchange, it is important to know that from agriculture and from agribusiness, that this country can earn enough foreign reserve, but that can only happen if we use the right laws, if we ensure that the farmers get the maximum benefit of farming, and most importantly, to ensure that we access the most premium markets as it is they exist in the Western country. Mr. Speaker, sir, it would not I would not be doing this bill justice if I will not mention the effort that the committee has put in this bill. We have gone to various counties, including, Mr. Speaker, sir, your own county, where we did public participation. We spoke with the people, incorporated their views. We've sat with the executives. We've sat with the cooperatives. We've sat with the small-scale farmers, with large-scale farmers, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, sir, we've sat down with marketers and producers and millers of coffee. This bill, Mr. Speaker, sir, it has incorporated the views of all these people, but it is a farmer-centric bill that will ensure that farmers in Kenya will no longer be exploited by people who take advantage because they can get access to markets where the farmers cannot. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have been able, and I would want to thank the government of the day, led by William Samoei Ruto, that they have for the first time in the history of this country been able to set minimum amount of 80 shillings, that being an advance payment that will be used to ensure that they caution the farmers so that in the panic which farmers have suffered up to now, they'll stop. The government is able to address Shelley hawking. Mr. Speaker, sir, for the first time in my county in Nyeri, I've seen for coffee consumers, I've seen coffee farmers come together with people from China, people from Korea, from America, from Germany, and they are negotiating and getting super deals about their product. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is only possible because we have made a bill and we are proposing, the law we are proposing, that is going even to ensure that when the farmers get their coffee sold, they are paid directly without having to go through the intermediaries, which has been the case as up to now. Mr. Speaker, sir, this bill, among the other bills that we are bringing from the Agricultural Committee, is meant to ensure that the farmers in this country will never be exploited again. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is an agricultural-rich country, and I would want to thank the government of William Samoei Ruto, because he is very intentional that we cannot continue relying on land-fed agriculture, on land-fed farming. He is very, very intentional. Using the new model of the public-private partnership, we are going to ensure that we construct large dams. We know as it is, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have heavy rainfalls. We can see the destruction that's being caused by the water. Unfortunately, that water ends up in the ocean and we cannot use it anymore. Once the big dams are done, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would want to promise Kenyans, as much as things may look as they are today, that we are going to revolutionize this country. We are going to revolutionize the way we are doing agriculture. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, sir, we are going to ensure that Kenya becomes one of the leading countries in green agriculture, in green energy, and most importantly, in green industrialization. This can only be done if we change the way we've been doing things. Empowering the county governments, empowering devolution, empowering the farmers, but most important, Mr. Speaker, sir, ensuring that we have sound laws in place that will not only protect the farmers, but will ensure that cooperative movements are strong and the cooperative movements can be able to undertake even research as it is in Columbia, Mr. Speaker, sir. We know that we've had some of the strongest research institutions in this country, but due to underfunding, Mr. Speaker, most of the researchers have left the country. Most of them have gone to the Western. We need to reinforce this. We need to ensure that our research, our universities, including the institutions that are mandated within controlling coffee and other agricultural production, that they work in tandem so that they can bring the economy and the research and the crop and the yield in alignment with what is trading in the market. Mr. Speaker, sir, this cannot be done without utmost political goodwill. What the Kenya Kwanza government has brought on the table to ensure that we've been able to formulate all these bills is to bring utmost political goodwill in place, and this is what we are riding on to ensure that we do all the 9 bills that we'll be putting before this House to ensure that the farmers in this country will never again regret for being farmers. Mr. Speaker, sir, to bring the dignity, to dignify the farmers, will mean nothing short of paying them the rightful money in the right time, in the right quantity. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is very unfortunate that indeed in this country, even farmers who export their products, they do not know when they'll be paid because they use brokers, and we know that brokerage is weakly regulated in this country. We want to put in place a coffee board that will ensure that the regulation of coffee, by ensuring that the coffee, when the coffee is brought together, consumers or buyers of coffee can come and walk in and come and take the grade and the quantity of coffee they want, when they want it, and in the quantity that they need it, so that the farmers will be able to attract top dollars. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is therefore my prayer to this House that this, among the many other bills that will be coming from the Agricultural Committee, that we will support them so that now as we move forward, as we come to close of this next 2-3 years, the farmers of this country will know that they've put into place a government that is mindful of their plight. And, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the multiple harambes that we've been doing to ensure that people's kids go to school, that people go to hospital, there'll be no more, because our farmers will be empowered and people will have a higher purchasing power and therefore can be able to access the kind of education, the kind of medical services that they need. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support.
Senator Mutinda Tabitha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do rise to support this bill. I'm very passionate on agriculture matters. You know very well that I have a bill on extension services. And this great commodity, the coffee, plays a very key role on the economy of our country. Let me start by one on section 7 of this bill, section 5, sorry, Mr. Speaker, part 1 or section 1 that talks about that the headquarters of the board shall be in Nairobi City County. I want to appreciate the committee for putting and considering this. I thought they would take it to the regions that the coffee is grown, but it's going to be, its headquarters is going to be in this great capital city of Nairobi that I personally represent, and I want to applaud the committee for that. Mr. Speaker, even before I proceed, I want to state that I had a small privilege, as within a small duration, to be able to serve in the Committee of Agriculture before I left, to be able to leave room for the new members who had not arrived and were able to take up. And I had a very good working relation with the members of the Agriculture Committee. And I want to start by saying that I really want to appreciate the efforts that the committee have done, led by none other than the chair, Honorable Murango, and also the other members who have really played a key role as far as putting and ensuring that they come together and put this bill, because this was one of the bills that we had said as a committee then, it's going to be tackled at a committee level. So this is great that they've been able to put. Mr. Speaker, I do note that in the bill, section 7, that has talked about representation. I had one of our colleagues talk about that the small scale farmer has not been considered. But in my keen reading and watch, I've been able to know that part D of section 7 talks about the two persons from the opposite representing small coffee growers. And part G, which also talks about representation of coffee farmers, association of one of the persons from the coffee farmers. Part H, which talks about one person nominated by the cooperative society representing the largest number. And I want to note the largest number of the small scale coffee association. An indication that even when I go back to the relation of our manifesto, when you talk about bottom up, the bill has talked about consideration of the small-scale coffee farmer. Why? Because they are still within the smaller market in terms of the scale, but the bill or the committee has been able to ensure that they are also factored as far as their representation is concerned, because then if we still leave a bigger representation for the large-scale farmers, then we continue losing the small-scale farmers who also have families that they need to support, and also this is a business opportunity that they need to keep growing. So the focus on the ensuring that the small-scale farmers are part of this board representation is a very big plus as far as this is in this bill is concerned. Mr. Speaker, I want to note that I would want to urge the committee to look at section 8 of the bill, because as it states very clearly, a person shall be qualified for appointment as a member of the board, and that person shall hold a degree from a university recognized in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, as we speak right now, we know very well we have, high levels of studies and quite a number of degrees out there. But it would be prudent, it would be wise, it would be much more weighty if the committee would narrow to specifying the type of degree that one needs to hold if they are going to be appointed as members of this board. In my opinion, Mr. Speaker, I would want to suggest that the committee should consider that a degree holder in the field of agriculture, because then it becomes much more impactful, because the personnel will be able to put in their knowledge and their skill that they've been able to gain from the university. Otherwise, then we will have people from all type of study sectors that then would want to sit and might not be able to understand much deeper as far as the skill and the knowledge of agriculture then that is needed. Part B also, Mr. Speaker, I tend to have some bit of a difference in it, because it says he should should have 3 years experience in the coffee sector. Mr. Speaker, colleagues have stated and talked about when the coffee farming started in this country, way before even when some of us were born. And so I would not understand why this committee will just talk about just some mere 3 years experience in this coffee sector, while and when I believe that we have people who have much more years of experience. And that would be much better, putting in mind we are coming from a place that we've had the coffee board sector that was disbanded. It means then there were challenges, there were problems. If we then give an opportunity to board members who are merely or barely just with little experience, as little as 3 years, then it is a bit, weaker. They should consider and put about even over 10 years experience, because it is possible, it is doable, but 3 years is little. I do note that the only member of the committee who is here was the Nyeri Senator Wamatinga, but he seems to have stepped out. It still concerns me where these members are to be taking this notes. If this bill is a committee bill, because it should be taken much more seriously, because none of them seems to be in the House to be able to note, but I hope that they will be able to get the Hansard and get the right input that members have been able to put. And I still, on that note, Mr. Speaker, want to urge colleagues, if you have a bill, if you have bills as a committee, then members should be in this House to be able to put down the issues, otherwise not putting up bills and throwing them to us and leaving, and not really being keen on the smaller fee adjustments on amendments that the members of this House have been able to put in place. Mr. Speaker, let me add and say that as I'd stated earlier on my bill, that I have the extension service bill, now would also want to advise that the committee considers on ensuring that they input in this bill the role of extension service officers. They've talked about issues of training, but then who is going to offer this training? We need experts who are from the extension service department to be able to ensure that they offer quality training of the coffee farmers in this country, so that we can be able to improve our quality from where it has been to the current need of the current market in place. We cannot still have the same things being done, because then if we have the same quality, we do not compete well in the market as required. For us to be able to have a higher market niche, then we need to improve on our quality of the coffee. How do we improve that? We improve that by ensuring that our coffee farmers get the training and the expertise that is needed, so as to ensure that the output that is in place is also of a higher value as needed. Mr. Speaker, as Kenya Kwanza, one of our key manifestos have been matters agriculture, and I want to thank the President very much, because we have really focused, and it is a few weeks national address that he was able to put across in Parliament. You realize that the cost of fertilizer has really gone very low, from 7,000 Kenya shillings to retailing at 2,500 shillings. any produce for our farmers, for them to be able to maximize in terms of their profit. Like a student of business, then I say the cost of production has to be considered. Where does this cost come from? It comes from the cost of the fertilizer, the cost of the pesticides that need to be put, and the cost of the seedlings that are required, and quality items that are needed, so as to ensure there's quality output of the same. So we've ensured as Kenya Kwanza that the cost of the raw materials, the tax for the cost of the raw materials of pesticides have been lowered. Then hence this lowers the cost of the pesticides in the market, which then lowers the cost of the production, which is the farming process that is in place, which is a big plus. Because then this ensures that when our farmers go to sell their produce, they can be able to compete, and also they can be able to maximize their profits, because then they've been able to reduce their cost. Mr. Speaker, as earlier said, I want to really also appreciate the Deputy President, none other than Honorable Rigiji, because he has been a champion as far as the sectors for coffee, the sector for tea are concerned. This is to ensure that our farmers are supported, they get the right items that are needed, and they also get the right funding that is needed to be able to ensure that they maximize their produce and be able to ensure that the quality is of the standard that is needed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I finish, I would want to talk about the issue of the brokers. In my bill for extension services, you realize that it talks about marketing of the product in such a way that the farmers will have an opportunity to be able to directly sell their produce to the end user. This then cuts off the brokers who are in between, who continue enjoying more benefits than the farmers themselves. And you realize that the farmer is the one who has really worked very hard, and what he gets in return at the end of the day is little, and is little because we have brokers in between. But with the extension service bill, you realize that there is going to be access for markets for the farmer, for the coffee farmers in place, so as to ensure that then they maximize their profits. It will be equal or even more to the sweat that they've been able to put in place. Mr. Speaker, as a champion of digital literacy, I won't forget to talk about technology. And this bill has not really talked so much about technology in terms of having a clear database. It's talked about the database for the farmers, but it has not talked about the technology that will be able to put in place to ensure that there is a system that captures all the coffee farmers, be it small, be it middle, be it large coffee farmers, but a database that has all the coffee farmers in this country. Further to that also, a database they can be able to access markets for their produce. A database that also guides them to the standards that are required for the different coffee levels that are in place, Mr. Speaker. And just to finish, Mr. Speaker, the issue of the dams. Kenya Kwanza is focusing on ensuring that we increase the number of dams in this country. The dams will be able to ensure that, agricultural productivity is more enhanced, more productive, because then there will be provision of the maximum required water facility. And to finalize, Mr. Speaker, we've had coffee farmers for the longest, and we have not had what we call the coffee pension scheme. I would add that this committee considers in putting in this good bill the coffee pension scheme. Why? So that when our coffee farmers do retire, when our coffee farmers give or hand over the farms to their generations and the generations to come, they do not need to continue depending on the same produce for their generation that they take up, but they can be able to sustain themselves with a pension that is there for them as a scheme. and this will go a long way. This will also cut the challenges that are in place for the old people who then when they age, they end up having challenges. Remember, they are not salaried people, whereby the salaried people get their pension, but coffee farmers will be able to have a platform to be able to do their savings and be able to have a pension scheme that will be able to support them a much longer way, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Tobitha. Senator Mungatana Abuya.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to also make my contribution on this bill, which is the coffee bill 2023. Mr. Speaker, I was here when the chairman of Senate Agriculture Committee was moving this bill. And Mr. Speaker, he talked very passionately about the problem that the local coffee producer, the coffee farmer, has. He talked very passionately about the fact that these coffee farmers are not getting value for the amount of effort and energy they put towards the production of the coffee. Mr. Speaker, he gave us an example that while he was outside looking at the pricing of the product, the eventual product of the coffee farmer, he found out that what the coffee farmer is paid for 100 shillings per kilogram, the actual market price at the retail was 600 shillings per kilogram. Mr. Speaker, he lamented about the problems of the local coffee person and the problems they have with middlemen. Mr. Speaker, he then proposed that we should support this bill. Mr. Speaker, to me, it is a very intellectual way to approach issues, to look for legislative solution to the problems of the common man. And Mr. Speaker, we who are in this government, in this administration, we have gone away from making promises and to implementation. And Mr. Speaker, some people out there have been arguing that we are talking too much and we are not doing much. But Mr. Speaker, those people are not here right now to listen to the structural legal framework that we are putting so that we can support actual reforms. Why I say this, Mr. Speaker, it is a common thread in the UDA Kenya Kwanza administration that we are not just talking. When we say we want to take this country to a different level, Mr. Speaker, we are saying that it is not just political statements, but we want to convert actual political statements into real tangible, legal frameworks that will produce the eventual product that we desire, which is to help the common mwananchi. Mr. Speaker, if you look at what we did with the universal health coverage, it was first of all like a dream that people out there used to think it will not happen. How do you reform NHIF? How do you make it possible to save someone who has a chronic disease and he goes to a level 5 hospital, level 6 hospital and gets treatment for nothing? Mr. Speaker, we have done it. How do you do it in an emergency situation? Mr. Speaker, we have done it. And how did we do it? we used intellectual capacity, the thinking capacity within the Kenya Kwanza administration, Mr. Speaker, to put in not only policy, but the legal framework that will address the issues that are confronting the local person, and to make those issues solved with a permanency that will be able to help this country move forward. Mr. Speaker, even after President William Ruto leaves the office of the president, we will still have the 4 laws that have assured that Kenyan people have digital health, Mr. Speaker. They have a new authority that ensures they get free access to medical health. They have health promoters. Mr. Speaker, we have left a legacy of change. And this change, Mr. Speaker, we put the legal framework. So, Mr. Speaker, in this agricultural sector, we said that we needed to make sure that the local person, the grower, is going to be enriched by the labor of his work. And Mr. Speaker, this bill is part of the plan. Because, Mr. Speaker, the local person, as the chairman of this committee while moving this bill said, he does not get the full benefit of the labor that they put in, Mr. Speaker. And the Kenyans listening to me, I urge you to understand one thing. It is not enough to come with a budget that says 2 billion Kenya shillings has been granted, has been given to write off the loans of coffee farmers. And then people would clap for such a president, and they would say he's doing something. He's doing nothing, Mr. Speaker. Without structural change, without policy change, without change of the legal framework, we would have gone to the same old ways of doing things. That farmers are exploited, farmers are taking loans, farmers are not able to pay, and then the government comes, and because of populism, Mr. Speaker, without applying mind, without applying the English thinking on issues, Mr. Speaker, we just say, let us write off those debts. And then next year, the burden goes back again. And Mr. Speaker, we used to ask ourselves, from those of us from other regions, we grow coconut, why don't we get 2 billion write-offs? We grow mangoes, why don't we get 2 billion write-off? Is it because the president doesn't come from our place? Mr. Speaker, it was because of, let me use the word, lack of wisdom or foolishness, Mr. Speaker, blunt foolishness, Mr. Speaker, in approach to policy issues. When the farmer is having a problem of middlemen, the solution cannot be that the government or the president of the day, because he comes from that area, he would give a grant or wipe off the debt using the public funds. Mr. Speaker, that was a very backward approach. What our former presidents were doing was the wrong way to do this thing. Now, juxtapose that against what we are doing now. Juxtapose that cheap way of doing things that creates a bad feeling amongst all Kenyans. Juxtapose that approach with this approach. That, Mr. Speaker, we are creating a legal framework. And what does this legal framework say? Mr. Speaker, the proposed Article 27 of this Coffee Bill 2013, it says the holder of a coffee buyer's license or an entity associated with a holder of the license shall not carry on the business of a commercial miller, broker, roaster, agent, or a warehouse operator. Mr. Speaker, we are trying to cut off middlemen, Mr. Speaker. We are trying to remove the people who used to make the ordinary coffee farmer suffer. And we are not doing it through some roadside declaration, through budgetary intervention, which will not solve the problem. But, Mr. Speaker, we are putting a legal framework. We are saying in this proposed law that if you are a buyer, you cannot also go back all the way down the value chain, Mr. Speaker. So that then the problem that the common farmer was having, that he does not know the price he was going to sell his coffee beans, Mr. Speaker, it is now solved. Because that buyer cannot be going down all the way to do the other work that, Mr. Speaker, the grower would be doing. Mr. Speaker, the same section, which is a crucial section, Mr. Speaker, proposed section 27, it says in sub-article 11 that a holder of a commercial miller's license or any other entity associated with such a holder shall not carry on the business of a buyer, broker, roaster, or agent. Which means, Mr. Speaker, the miller now of coffee beans cannot be on the other side of the value chain production. Mr. Speaker, what has it done? It has removed that idea that people used to create companies. There will be the same people who are buying. There will be the same people who are milling. There will be the same people who are agents. There will be the same people who are brokers. So the farmer is approached by a person who tells him, this coffee from this factory, this coffee from this factory, we are buying at this price. The farmer has no way of fighting back. The price is determined. The price is given by what this guy thinks, because he is the same person. He is the same miller. He is the same person who is an agent. He is the same person who is a broker. He is the same person who is also the buyer. Mr. Speaker, I really congratulate the Senate Agriculture Committee because they have thought through this bill and thought through it very well. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy that they have made it clear that this bill is emancipating coffee from the hands of AFA. AFA was a body that was being used to kill the coffee industry, Mr. Speaker. AFA was not assisting coffee in any way. They made it very difficult. And even when the coffee reforms were being spearheaded by the Honorable, the Deputy President, AFA was still, through its agents or servants or its employees, trying to make it difficult so that these reforms don't find it into legislation, Mr. Speaker. I am happy that we as a Senate are actually participating in helping the common farmer remove these go-betweens, these brokers, these people who have been milking the farmer. The farmer will now be able to get at least some of the benefit of the labors that they have been putting. Mr. Speaker, it is a shame that a farmer can sell 1 kilogram, 100 shillings, and he goes to the shop and finds 1 kilogram, 600 shillings. Mr. Speaker, I am very happy to support what this bill is proposing. Mr. Speaker, so that Kenyans can understand what we are doing here, Mr. Speaker, there was a proposal in this bill that farmers will now be able to sell and trade with their market, with the coffee, in 3 ways. The first one is the auction in the coffee exchange. The second one is direct sales. And the third one, any such method that the Cabinet Secretary may prescribe. Mr. Speaker, this proposed Section 46 of the Act is another emancipating section of this law. This, Mr. Speaker, is allowing the ordinary coffee farmer to be able to do direct sales. Mr. Speaker, it is a very strange arrangement where you are not able to sell your coffee. You who has planted it, you have tended to that coffee, you have bought the fertilizer, you have bought the pesticides, you have made sure that all the inputs are there, you cannot sell it the way you want. Mr. Speaker, very strange. Why? Because of the arrangement of this whole sector. It was punitive, exploitative to the common coffee farmer. Mr. Speaker, like I said, it was the same person who was posing as an agent, the same person who is posing as a miller, the same person who is posing as a buyer. So they would not want you to deal with direct sales. They don't want you to be emancipated. They don't want you to have power. They don't want you even to be rich. They just want you to be rich enough to survive, just like a cow. Give him enough so that he can get enough to live so that we can continue milking it. But they were not interested in helping the farmer. Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Kwanza administration, Mr. Speaker, is really truly committed to helping the common person. The Kenya Kwanza administration is not doing what we call cosmetic changes, things that you are going to do today, tomorrow you wipe off the thing and it's gone. Today you are looking nice, tomorrow it's gone. This, Mr. Speaker, is a fundamental change. It's not just policy. It has shifted from policy, Mr. Speaker. It has gone to law, and we are asking every senator, Mr. Speaker, to support this movement so that the local mwananchi, Mr. Speaker, the local person who has put in all the energy in the growing of coffee can actually benefit from the labors of his work. Mr. Speaker, there are very stringent requirements in terms of allowing for movement of coffee from one place to another. Mr. Speaker, we have had people who are just plain thieves. They wait for people to do all the work and then they break in. And it was all over in the media, Mr. Speaker, at some point where farmers used to just wake up and they say, the coffee factory has been raided and we have lost this amount of bags. Mr. Speaker, under this arrangement now, it's going to be very difficult because there's a tracing capacity that is created so that you don't just walk in with coffee from anywhere to sell. You have to explain its origins. Mr. Speaker, what I would want to propose to this committee, and they need to look at it, that they have said that any person who contravenes the provisions, and this, Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at the provisions that require that a person who is a buyer cannot be a miller, a person who is a miller cannot be a broker or an agent. They have provided for a very small punishment, Mr. Speaker, for contravention of those provisions. Because what they have said is that this person will be contravening the law and he will be subject to a fine not exceeding 1 million shillings or twice the value of the coffee or coffee product, whichever is greater, or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years or both. Mr. Speaker, 1 million shillings fine for a person who is doing a business that will give him 50 million. It will give him 80 million. It will give him 20 million by seeking that contravention. Mr. Speaker, 1 million shillings is not enough. I was going to propose to the chairman that they would consider enhancing this penalty to at least 5 million shillings. The issue of jailing them for 2 years, that is okay. But they must enhance so that we can start streamlining the coffee industry, Mr. Speaker, for it to be productive to the normal person who produces this product. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to realize that for us to remain competitive in the international market, research must be there. So I'm very happy that they have set up the Coffee Research Institute. Mr. Speaker, I was listening carefully to the mover, the chairman of Agriculture Committee, and he was saying that when they went to Colombia, they were able to visit the research institute where they have developed over 400 varieties, Mr. Speaker. Some of the varieties in Colombia, Mr. Speaker, they can even make the coffee to grow to the height so that you are able to pick at the height that is comfortable for you. That is the kind of innovation, Mr. Speaker. That is the kind of research, Mr. Speaker, that we are talking about. And we would like to support this research initiative that has been put there, Mr. Speaker, so that we can continue to develop our industry, make it productive, make it resistant to any insect infestation, and make it be able to be competitive when it comes to getting the proper kind of pricing that it requires. Mr. Speaker, finally, the way they have made financial provisions for this bill, and that's why I say it is well thought out, is that the proposed Article 59, Mr. Speaker, actually produces what we are calling the Coffee Development Levy. And this one automatically, Mr. Speaker, 0.5% is going to the county, which is a very good thing, Mr. Speaker. A lot of times, as senators, we forget that our business here is to protect and to help counties to grow. Mr. Speaker, it will be very wrong if a county produces a lot of coffee and then it gains nothing from everything it is doing there. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that 0.5% of this coffee development levy has been given to coffee producing counties. And Mr. Speaker, also, they have given 1% to the institute, Mr. Speaker. I see my time is going, Mr. Speaker, but I want to finalize my submissions here by urging all members who will speak to this bill to support it, Mr. Speaker, especially to realize that we have attached the agenda for change as a Kenya Kwanza government to actual legislative work, so that we are not just talking. We mean business, we mean transformation of this country, we mean to help our people to grow. And even after the exit of our president, we will still have the legacy of having changed the coffee industry for the better for the rest of our foreseeable future. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I fully support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mungatana. We now have Senator Kibwana Ali Hamida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I'll just be short and precise, Mr. Speaker, on this bill. I support it fully, and the bill has come timely, Mr. Speaker. I realize, the coffee farmers or the coffee industry had a lot of challenges, and at least this bill seems to have addressed most of the challenges. Also, Mr. Speaker, what we are facing, of course, like climate change, that affects, including the drought and the diseases, also affect the coffee farming. This has made farmers switch maybe from coffee to avocados, to other crops actually, including horticulture and tea farming. Fluctuation of international prices, Mr. Speaker, has really affected this industry for sure. The farmers often face economic conditions, including the low prices of the beans. And then the limited access to credit, Mr. Speaker, has really affected the coffee farming. If you came to my house, Mr. Speaker, you'll only enjoy the Ethiopian coffee and not the Kenyan tea. Unfortunately, this is due to the compromise of the quality of the Kenyan coffee. Education and capacity building is also required in this coffee farming. Mr. Speaker, this we take it for granted, but always you may find that new technique crops up with this farming. So looking at Brazilian and coffee and Ethiopian farming, they have actually exceeded, and they are regarded as the best coffee in the world. It's sad to hear that I had Senator Chute saying that Kenya is number 16 now in coffee. Unfortunately, we used to stand from number 1 to number 4. And also there was lack of government support. Indeed, there was. So it's great to see that there's some commitment from the government on coffee farming. It is unfortunate that most of the committee members of this committee, agriculture committee, are not here to gain the rich input from colleagues. Mr. Speaker, what I like with the bill, so far it transfers the mandate of coffee research from Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Institute and also to the coffee research gain from agriculture to livestock research. It seems that these amendments will do away with brokers who exploit farmers, Mr. Speaker, in the coffee market. And also the move will reduce the delays in price declaration and delayed payments of farmers. Then also, Mr. Speaker, this bill speaks to incentives on value addition, which will make Kenya coffee fetch competitive prices in the market, improving sales and profit returns. And also the last but not the least on this one, on the bill that I like and I'm really happy to support, is a direct settlement system which will facilitate some currency transfer of funds directly to the farmers and payment, which are made within 5 days from day of produce purchase. Mr. Speaker, I don't need to actually input much on this one because my colleagues have said it all, but I really I emphasize on education and capacity building because the technology now is quite is a force to reckon with now in the world. So I really request that more education and capacity building should be made. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill. Thank you.
Honorable members, that brings us to the end of the contributions on this particular bill, and I believe, Senator Murango, you are ready to do your reply. You may proceed to reply.
Asante sana mstahiki Spika. Kwanza nichukue nafasi hii kuwashukuru wote ambao walichangia huu mswada wa kahawa wa mwaka 2022. Tuseme ya kwamba kati ya zile counties zinakuza kahawa ni takriban saa hizi zimefika 17, na mabadiliko ya sheria ya kahawa itafaidi wakulima pakubwa kuondolea wale wakiritimba ambao wamekuwa wakinyanyasa kwa muda mrefu na pia kutengeneza nafasi za ajira. Kwa hivyo mstahiki Spika, nitashukuru maseneta wote waliochangia na kuunga mkono mswada huu, na ningeomba swali la mwisho mstahiki Spika uweze kuliuliza kesho kama itawezekana. Asante sana mstahiki Spika.
We will defer the putting of the question to the next sitting, as requested by Senator Murango, who is the mover of the bill. And Clerk, we may now call the next order. Noting that the rest of the order paper has got bills, we will rearrange the order paper from the current to number 24. Call order number 24, Clerk.
Order number 24, motion. Report of the Standing Committee on Health on the death of the late Edward Otieno Onyango due to alleged medical negligence.
Senator Esi Akinyuri, you may proceed to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I beg to move the motion in an amended form pursuant to Standing Order 62, and the net effect of which will be amalgamation of the orders number 24, 25, and 26. And so I move that the Senate adopts the report on the Standing Committee on Health laid on the table of the Senate on 31st May 2023 regarding inquiry into the following. 1, the death of late Edward Otieno Onyango on 12th September 2022 at Mama Lucy Kibaki Hospital due to alleged medical negligence. 2, the death of late Maureen Anyango on 7th September 2022 due to alleged medical negligence at Mama Lucy Kibaki Hospital. And finally, the circumstances that led to the death of the late Master Travis Minor on 11th October 2022 at the Kenyatta National Hospital. Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for actually prioritizing this motion because we were actually scared we were going to run out of time. So thank you for considering that kindly, especially for our committee. And I would want to commend the work that went in, especially from the members of the committee. I'm doing this on behalf of the chairperson of this committee, Honorable Senator Jackson Mandago. Mr. Speaker, if you actually remember some of these cases were actually as a result of a statement that have been brought forward to the House by the Honorable Senator Hamida. And as a result of these statements, the committee went ahead to conduct investigations of the 3 serious cases. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, while the committee conducted investigations on these 3 cases, 1, the death of Edward Otieno Onyango, late Maureen Anyango, and late Master Travis Minor, they were very sad narrations, especially when listening to what the victims were actually, the victim families were actually narrating, the responses we were getting from whoever was around. It's really, really sad. Let's look at an instance of Edward Otieno Onyango, who was a border rider. By the time Edward was actually getting to hospital, he was left lying on the floor for several hours. And when we actually conducted our investigations, the facility was actually informing us that Edward had refused to sign consent. But there was no actually evidence of Edward having received to sign consent to receive treatment. So you realize as a result of that aspect, by the time Edward was going to get treatment from the facility, he had already lost his life. Mr. Speaker, in a country where we should be providing emergency care to such people, a normal border rider in this country, someone who's really tamaking to even put food on the table, and the next time they are actually getting an accident, the least we can do is really ignore giving them special attention, is really a cause for concern, Mr. Speaker. And I hope the respective ministry that is going to look at this is actually going to crack the whip on such rogue facilities and individuals who become negligent, and as a result we are losing several lives which we shouldn't have lost otherwise. If you also look at the case of the late Maureen Anyango, who was 28 years old, I'm actually slightly older than the late. She had a twin pregnancy, and Mr. Speaker, by the time attention was given to her, it was too late. This is another issue of medical negligence that we are actually seeing. In a country where reproductive health care should be a matter of key concern, we need not to lose more mothers who are giving birth to life. And Mr. Speaker, decisions we as a House make on such issues, especially the health sector, are matters of death and life. So we need to be very, very careful in any other instances that rise and the decisions we eventually make. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the saddest of all was the case of Master Travis Minor. This was actually a very sad report because we went to the extent of seeking more information from the DCI. DCI gave us our report. We had narrations from the family. We had narrations from the hospital facility. Mr. Speaker, those who remember the case of the baby whose the fork jembe was logged in the head, this was that case, and we lost this baby sadly because for more than 8 hours, the baby had not even been taken for critical care. How do you expect, in as much as the doctors in KNH tried to give explanations to do with issues of neurosurgery, I still couldn't get it. KNH and the CEO should take responsibility for prioritizing monetary support to secure your accommodation or admission in hospital over the life of people. Because the issue of baby Travis, they actually took a very long time to admit the baby because they didn't have the amount of money that was required to admit them to hospital. Mr. Speaker, in a country where we are still developing, several of us are actually struggling, and when you look at the setup where baby Travis actually got injured, they were tilling land alongside other small babies. So you even see an issue of using young children to do labor. Maybe had he not been found in such a setup, that shouldn't have happened. There were allegations of maybe one of the babies having logged the fork on his head. There were allegations also of the parents having fought. I wouldn't want to go to all those specific details, but there are those glaring matters that we as a house need to seriously look at, and our recommendations were so strong, and it would be really sad if some of these recommendations are not implemented because they set a precedent for future cases. Someone who intentionally risks or causes the death of someone should face tough penalties. These should be we should be losing someone due to such issues for the last time. And what is even more sad, most of these people we lost, the late Edward, late Maureen, and baby Travis, were desperate people. They were not Kenyans of means. They never had opportunities like the members of parliament who are representing them here. Mr. Speaker, if we cannot provide basic medical care to ordinary Kenyans, then I do not even see why we should be discussing about their issues this evening, Mr. Speaker. So as I actually conclude, I'm a very sad individual, especially having to reminisce on some of the narrations that were happening during the committee's investigations of these matters. And I hope that the line ministry that is going to be mandated is really going to be keen, even the oversight bodies. Most of the oversight bodies were up to cover for their members. I do not expect an oversight body to cover and conspire with members who are already proven to be untenable. Otherwise, such oversight body should call out and scrap off such scalpers members. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude, and I want to call my colleague, Senator Hamida, to second this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I fully support my colleague. These reports are long overdue, Mr. Speaker, and I urge that any time that the reports are tabled, then we need to at least facilitate and move them with speed. Justice delayed is justice denied, Mr. Speaker. I fully support. Actually, Senator Okenyuri has given a very good brief. This is, of course, all due to negligence. And the families of the late, because the three of them are late, Of course, they all require justice. So I fully support my colleague.
You must
And I beg,
then second.
sorry, I fully second, and I beg to support.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Senate adopts the reports of the Standing Committee on Health laid on the table of the Senate on 31st of May 2023 regarding the inquiry into the following. 1. The death of the late Edward Otieno Onyango on 12th September 2022 at Mama Lucy Kibaki Hospital due to alleged medical negligence. 2. The death of the late Maureen Anyango on 7th September 2022 due to alleged medical negligence at Mama Lucy Kibaki Hospital. And 3. The circumstances that led to the death of the late Master Travis Minor on 11th of October 2022 at the Kenyatta National Hospital. Honorable members, I now invite members to contribute to this motion, and I'll go by the request on my dashboard. Senator Boni Halwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will rise to support these three motions, combined motions as moved. And Mr. Speaker, this is an issue of health. The general principle of this failure to save life is that the system of health in Kenya is not working. It is dead at the national level and especially at the county level. And therefore, I wish my submission this afternoon to be limited on only one thing, namely, let us clean up this system of health. I remember in 1976, when I was a little boy, Mr. Speaker, in high school, the state of Israel came from Tel Aviv to save 90 Israelis who had been hijacked on a Panam airline. 90. If it was Kenya, where thousands of people die from negligence, they would have said, we cannot take our allied forces to Entebbe. They would have said, Mr. Speaker, it is going to be too expensive for us to go and save those 90 people. And one of the finest soldiers who ever lived in the history of the military was Jonathan Yoni. Jonathan Yoni was a student in the US, Mr. Speaker, who was in military school. He had qualified to join medical school in Israel. But Shimon Peres told him, you are too smart to be a doctor. You must work for the Israeli army. So when the crisis erupted in Entebbe, the Israeli government, because it respects human life, they picked this top brain, waited for him to be airlifted from the US to Tel Aviv. He joined the Allied forces and went into Entebbe, and they rescued the Israelis who had been kidnapped. It shows what a caring government can do. Our county governors are totally unable to manage the medical staff. They are totally unable to maintain the supply chain of medical supplies. So badly that now the commonest thing in social media is where you see low-level employees in county governments stealing drugs from county hospitals, sub-county hospital dispensaries and health centers, and selling them to quacks and quack pharmacists and quack medics because the supply chain has broken down. Maybe we should not keep quiet. The challenges that, Mr. Speaker, the governors are faced with in managing the medical staff. Senator Mungatana, you and I were there. Maybe when we created the Teacher Service Commission into the Constitution, maybe we needed to put a health service commission in the Constitution so that they would manage issues of how much are you paid, who will be hired, who will be transferred, who will be disciplined, who will be on leave, and those kind of things. And now governors are unable to do it, so what happens is that the system has collapsed. It's only a few months ago in this House when we passed additional conditional revenue to try and stock our county hospitals and other facilities with medical supplies. I remember it ran into billions of shillings. Kakamega County, we were privileged. We got 972 million shillings. And up to now, if you go to Matungu Hospital in Kakamega, you go to Shibwe Sub-County Hospital in Kakamega, you go to Likuyani, you go to Lugari, all of them, there are no medicines. Where does this money normally go? Mr. Speaker, there is something very unfortunate going on which we must help. Today, the collections from hospitals, governors view them as on-source revenue. So, they sweep this money from hospitals and they put the money on the county revenue fund. And then from the county revenue fund, the money that was raised because of cost sharing within the hospital is then used to fund trips for the governor and his allied team, instead of going to be plowed back into hospitals. So there's work for us to do as senators. There's work to be done by the National Assembly to get this problem right. I want to end my contribution by giving my heartfelt condolences to the family of these young people who died because of negligence. And I want to further extend the same condolences to the many who are going to die tonight, God forbid, because of a similar offense. I support.
Senator Boni, is your last statement a premonition of what would befall a number of the patients who are in various hospitals?
Mr. Speaker, not in the least. That's why I said, God forbid, that it should not happen. I was saying because these rock professionals who behave like robots are still in office now. We have not removed it. So I said my contribution was clean the system. We must clean the system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Senator Boni. Senator Omar Mariam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I stand to add my voice to this report. Mr. Speaker, I'm Vice Chair of the Health, and we particularly visited most of the county hospitals, and recommendation of most of the hospital we have viewed, we have investigated. Mr. Speaker, the death of baby Travis, Edward, and Onyango, all is about negligence of doctors. Because if our doctors take it serious, they will have saved their life. Mr. Speaker, the other option is the emergency. Emergency care system in our country is very poor. The first thing, if somebody is taken for emergency, priorities, the hospital prioritize money to deposit. They have to pay deposit to attend to the patient. In Health Act 112.1, also the emergency medical services is a must. You have to attend to the patient immediately without paying deposit. On that, the committee also recommend that we have to regulations of and licensing of the ambulances, because in most patients they are lacking. The patients die in the hands of in local hospital because of there is no emergency ambulance which is standby. Mr. Speaker, on this also we have, in this report also we have recommended that there are shortage of staffs in nurses, because nurses attendance is, and in way, because we have nurses which are not employed, they are there, but the county government and national government, they are not employing nurses. In the real sense, if we go to our hospitals, nurses attendance is 100 and some patient, 20 to 1 patient to 1 nurses. So we need that shortage of staffs. Mr. Speaker, let's, with these reports, we have to change how our county hospitals and national hospitals to be done properly, so that the service, our people get the service delivery properly. Thank you. I support.
Senator Karungo Thambwa Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice on these reports by the Health Committee. Mr. Speaker, one of the victims, baby Travis, comes from Kiambu. And Mr. Speaker, when the accident happened, when digging fork was lodged, or the djembe was lodged in his head, the parents of the said kid looked for help from nearby dispensary all the way to Thika level 5 hospital, and they could not get assistance from the hospital. That's why they were referred to Kenyatta Hospital. Mr. Speaker, it is sad that the drafters of the Constitution, when they were dividing or talking about the functions that were to be devolved, they saw health as one of those functions that would entrust some of the governors, Mr. Speaker, or the counties. They refused to devolve education, but they agreed to devolve health. If they could not trust the governors with education, I don't know why they decided to trust them with our health either. This is a discussion that we should have as a country, Mr. Speaker, because our people are suffering when it comes to health matters at the county levels. In Kiambu County, I like giving examples of home because that is where my people are crying. That hospitals, you might not find medicine when they are needed. In the hospitals, and especially some hospitals in Kiambu County, that is Thika Level 5, Kiambu, Igegania Hospital, they are rationing gloves in the maternities, Mr. Speaker, whereby if a woman comes to deliver and the nurses do not have gloves, because probably they delivered about 4 or 5 women, more than they were expecting, they either washed the gloves or they reused them, Mr. Speaker. It is a sad affair. And why is all this happening? It's because governors do not understand that health facilities should also be run as mini counties, meaning that every money should be available in every hospital. There should be a revolving fund in every hospital. The nurses who are working at those hospitals, we have managing nurses. They are the accounting officers who should be having interest all the time. If there is an emergency, the non-pharmaceuticals, they can buy. The gloves, the blades if they need them, the food even for the nurses. Some hospitals in Kiambu, the patients are advised to carry their own food, Mr. Speaker, when they are coming to be admitted at the hospital. The reason that is done is because they are not buying food for the patients. Because somebody sat down somewhere, and instead of giving the hospital some impress to be buying a tomato when they need one, cabbage when they need one, they decide to give the contract to one person in the whole of the county. So they bring you tomatoes worth 100,000. How are you going to keep that perishable vegetable? So, Mr. Speaker, in this report, when they're saying that the bodies should investigate, I call on these bodies not just to investigate these matters. Every hospital requires to be investigated, Mr. Speaker, because our people are not getting justice when they go there. Mr. Speaker, baby Travis could have been saved. But when it comes to ambulance, they were not available in Kiambu, Mr. Speaker. Because again, you are told the ambulance does not have fuel. The managing nurse cannot fuel an ambulance because you have to call the governor. The governor has to authorize for an ambulance to be fueled to bring a child to the hospital, Mr. Speaker. It is sad our governors are micromanaging, yet we have nurses who are learned. Yet we have chief officers who are learned. Yet we have CECs who are learned. But they are micromanaging everything. It is not a surprise, Mr. Speaker, when you come to Kiambu and probably you go to the hospital and they prescribe a vaccine or an injection, you might see the governor coming to inject you, Mr. Speaker, because they are not letting people work when it comes to executing their mandate, Mr. Speaker. Finally, as I conclude, I wish the COG, led by Governor of Kirinyaga, Anne Waiguru, instead of calling press conferences to answer the Deputy President, they should be calling conferences to call those governors who are not executing their mandate when it comes to health issues at the county levels, Mr. Speaker. The Deputy Governor was right. There are millions and billions of money for emergencies at the county levels. Ask me, I'll tell you about Kiambu. There is 65 million because there is an emergency fund. They put 30 million in the previous year, they put 35 million in this year, and they have even brought a supplementary budget to add that to 50 million because they want to help people. But instead of the COG saying there is no money, they should put also the governors into account. You have 65 million. What have you done to it? Stop giving chicken. Stop giving potato vines. Stop giving whatever you are giving just to entice yourself. Instead, turn that money to the emergencies and help our people. Our people right now, they do not require chicken. They require good road to pass. Our people right now, Mr. Speaker, they do not require a chick. They need the floods and the drainages to be opened so that the water can leave their houses. Otherwise, they will float with their chicken. I wish the COG will be calling themselves so that press conferences, so that they can address these issues, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other day, the President launched the kitties for community health promoters. In this report, Mr. Speaker, I would wish that these community health promoters are involved in the running of affairs of every county hospital. They should be the contact persons. If baby Travis, if the mother or the father or whoever was present when that accident happened, they should have called the community health promoter immediately. Maybe that person will have the contacts of the nearest facility. That person knows a certain doctor to call them. Let's meet in Thika Level 5 Hospital as we are coming. We have a casualty, an issue here. These people, if utilized very well, Mr. Speaker, they are going to help a great deal. In Kiambu, Mr. Speaker, we have another issue, and that is the issue of hyenas attacking our people, Mr. Speaker. Like within this week, we are going to bury a boy or remains of a boy who was mauled by hyenas. I think in a place called Mutembei. I think this is If not the 20th, the 22nd person mauled by hyenas, Mr. Speaker. Some of them have gone with the injuries to the hospitals. Some of them have died when they're treated. And this is what I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker. When you realize there is a problem, if hyenas, you cannot call that an emergency, and you work around with other departments to get rid of them, Mr. Speaker, what are you doing in that office? Mr. Speaker, and it is very sad, because that child is a son of a former MCA of that area called Mutahi Ward. I used to work with him when I was an MCA, Mr. Speaker. It has taken the efforts of the area MP and the residents of Mutahi to walk around with pangas in Mutahi to hunt hyenas, Mr. Speaker. Imagine in this era. You know, we are talking about Kiambu, we are talking about Mutahi, which is just proximity to Juja and Thika, and our people are crying of these issues, and nobody is listening to them, Mr. Speaker. This is a matter of course, wildlife, but when it comes to health, those people who have been attacked and taken to the hospital, you don't find the relevant medicine for such, Mr. Speaker. As I conclude, it is my prayer that when the governors appear before the committees, we only ask them issues that are just about the mandate of that committee. Yet there are other issues. Mr. Speaker, my governor appeared in front of this committee, the Health Committee. We could not discuss other issues outside this committee. Mr. Speaker, my governor has appeared at CPIC committee. We only discussed the water companies, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to CPAC, he has not appeared at CPAC, despite being invited about 5 times. He has a very good rapport with that committee. Anytime he wants to postpone, he postpones 5 times, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I'm saying here, Mr. Speaker, we need governors to appear here, just like the CS Murkomen was here today, to answer questions that the chairman or the members of certain committees are not able to ask, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I close by saying I have that amendment ready to have the governors come on the floor of this House to answer those questions. And I believe members will support that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kavindu Mudhama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me opportunity to contribute to this report of the Committee of Health. Mr. Speaker, I do agree with that report, and I support it. And this runs to all the 47 counties across the country, because many of the people, when they go to hospitals, they cannot be treated, and some of them have, they are seriously sick. They need special attention and immediate attention to save their lives. And the medical law says that everyone is entitled for health and they should be treated. Mr. Speaker, it is so sad that one would be taken to hospital and they die in the process of being admitted simply because they have no money for deposit or to pay for anything that they should have. And Mr. Speaker, all these counties are given money, and I believe some percentage of this money is meant for medical attention in the hospitals, and I don't see why they should not treat people until they die. Another very issue that is running across all the counties is the issue of the ambulances. A sick person calls for an ambulance from home, and they are told to send money for fuel first. And this person did not know when they were going to fall sick, and most of them have no money even to eat. With the kind of economy now in Kenya, it's very hard. And I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, why the counties cannot fuel the ambulances. I mean, why do they buy the ambulances if they cannot fuel them to be able to pick the people to take them to the hospital?
Mr. Speaker, issues of deaths that are not really adding up to in hospitals are there. Like we have one case in Machakos where one of the children were taken to hospital walking, and they were going to be operated on a growth which was on the hand. And that child died mysteriously. But I want to thank God for the CECM in Machakos. He wrote to the Kenya National Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council to come and investigate that case. And so there are so many cases that should be investigated, deaths that appeared in mysterious ways that the owner of the patients cannot understand how they happened. And so I'm also calling upon the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council to move in speed and investigate this matter in Machakos and maybe even in Kiambu and any other hospital where there are issues that should be investigated, so that the people can also rest at peace knowing that, you know, what caused the death of their people. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Thank you, Senator Agnes Kavindo. Senator Mungatana.
Mr. Speaker, this report by the Health Committee should be supported by all of us. And Mr. Speaker, it speaks to, like previous senators have said, the health situation in our counties. And Mr. Speaker, what I would want to bring to the attention of this House is that it is even worse for us who have been badly affected by the flooding in Tana River, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, right now, in many of those places where people have been evacuated to higher grounds, there were medical facilities, Mr. Speaker. There were dispensaries, there were health centers which used to serve people and reduce the pressure on the bigger hospitals which are on higher ground. Mr. Speaker, right now, there are hundreds of people who are living by the roadside because the roads are normally raised up. And Mr. Speaker, we have established camps, you know, village A, village B, which camps, they are placed in a certain place. Village C, village D, they are placed in a certain place. And Mr. Speaker, in these places where they are, sanitary conditions are not the best as we speak now. So, Mr. Speaker, I am wondering if emergencies do occur right now, what is going to happen? Mr. Speaker, it was all over the public media that one lady who was pregnant actually swam across to go and get medical attention in a place that was higher from where they were. And Mr. Speaker, this is the reality that our people are living with. Mr. Speaker, I want to use this floor of the House to make an appeal that let us not now wait for things to happen that we may be reacting to the situations. Imagine the national government and the county government, Mr. Speaker, to come together. Mr. Speaker, they should put in effort so that those hospital facilities that are in the higher areas in Tana River may be given all the necessary equipment, including emergency response equipment, so that all these populations that have come up to higher ground, Mr. Speaker, can be treated, and if emergencies occur, Mr. Speaker, they can be attended to. Mr. Speaker, it is very sad today, like my colleague has said, to see the chair of the Council of Governors having a back and forth with His Excellency the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the leaders and we as senators at this House, the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, we want to urge leaders that this is not the time to fight. This is not the time to show who is politically strong or who is politically relevant. Mr. Speaker, it is the time to pull together. And Mr. Speaker, if these people can get out of their offices, nice, cozy offices, and come and spend time with us, with the mothers who are hungry, Mr. Speaker, they come and spend time with Red Cross, Mr. Speaker. They come and spend time with the people who are on the roadside, who don't have enough to eat. They don't have a place, we call them tarabales, or whatever, this canvas to cover their heads, Mr. Speaker, for the night. If only they can come out of their nice comfort zones and see what is happening on the ground, then, Mr. Speaker, they would look for solutions instead of having a back and forth. It does not help anyone to know that Rigathi Gachagua was right, or it's Anne Waiguru who was right, or who was wrong, who was right. It does not help anyone. What we need is leadership to speak with one voice. And this Senate is urging sobriety amongst leaders. There is no time for politicking now. Can we all go down to where our people are? Can we address the issues? If governors, you have money, please spend this money on us right now, all the people. We need the people to have their issues resolved. And I'm saying specifically on issues of medical care, we need to have money put on medical care, because I know we have given some money for food. Local county governments, speaking for our county, they have put some money aside. National government have put some money aside. Chancellor of Source have put some money aside for food. But, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to medical supplies, we are having issues. And, Mr. Speaker, when these heavy waters come, a lot of mosquitoes come. There's a risk of outbreak of waterborne diseases like dysentery, where the waters are stagnant. So we are asking that emergency medical equipment be provided to hospitals that are on the higher ground. And, Mr. Speaker, even if we are to do quick procuring method, may this be done before anything happens, so that problems that are anticipated can be resolved. Mr. Speaker, in fact, this is the essence of what emergency medical care is about, that people anticipate that anything can happen. Mr. Speaker, anything can happen with the people who have moved from the lower ground to higher ground. We want to thank the people who have left the lower ground and come to the higher ground. But, Mr. Speaker, we have already lost 3 people in Tana River as we are speaking because of the waters that are raging. Mr. Speaker, we are asking that leadership speaks with one voice, and we are also asking that because of the situation that is developing, medical emergencies be planned for. Let us not have a repeat what has happened from what the report of the Senate Health Committee is saying, that people were just seated there and nothing was being done. Let us also not be found on the same level. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I want to support the Health Committee report. I thank you.
Thank you, and honorable members. Lastly, let's have Senator Manzo Kitonga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving an opportunity to contribute on these very important motions. Mr. Speaker, they are all about medical negligence, and they are not the only cases which has taken place in the country. There are quite a number of cases which have been reported. One of them was a young law student who had just been admitted into the bar and was somewhere in Langata Road when a speedy GK vehicle hit him. He never stopped. The number plates were never picked properly. He was picked by good Samaritans. He stayed in Kenyatta National Hospital somewhere waiting to be given assistance, and after 3 days he passed on. And it was such a huge loss to the family, such that when people get taken to public hospitals or even private hospitals, They end up being mishandled, maybe if their own kin are not available, and we end up in loss of life. In the counties, in Makwiny, with these many accidents of motorbike and with the very busy Mombasa Road, which stretches over 200, almost 300 kilometers in Makwiny County, we have Makindo Hospital, which is supposed to deal with emergencies. In one case at water, the medics say they had done a scan. In fact, 4 people recently passed away at Makwiny Level 5 Hospital. You know, they done the scan, and after doing the scan, they were waiting for a specialized doctor to read the scan, and that seemed to have taken many hours. And therefore, eventually, this young man passed away before getting medical attention. Without a doctor who can read the scan, it means then the hospital or the doctors there or emergency cannot make a further decision to either deal with the patient at that level or refer to Kenyatta or other places in accordance with the needs of surgery or whoever can make sure that the patient is assisted. So we are calling upon for efficiency and also for medical personnel to be hired. You know, it was after I raised alarm that the local county service board of Makwiny then advertised, you know, some of these medic jobs. And it's most unfortunate they'd been sleeping on their job till some people went to die. And therefore, these cases are many. Unfortunately, and I want to speak this as a lawyer, it is very difficult to prosecute a doctor for medical negligence. And I'm sure my good friend Honorable Bone Halwale will bear me witness that the most difficult thing on earth, not just in Kenya, is to prosecute a medical doctor. How do you establish the negligence? Another doctor has to testify. And if you terrorize one doctor who has an oath to save life and was doing their level best to save life, then you end up terrorizing them. Then when you get sick, where do you go? And this is where the biggest challenge is, Mr. Speaker, because as much as you want to contain and control these cases of negligence, you will have to deal with a doctor another day. It could be your child, could be your friend, could be yourself. And therefore, if you've been terrorizing doctors around, you will obviously be branded and named, and when doctors see you, probably may not handle you with the kindness you may deserve. So we really want also to call upon the medical profession, to call upon the counties and even the national hospitals to really equip the doctors sufficiently so that, because many doctors are willing to serve. And in fact, most surgeons you'll meet or the most kind doctors you'll meet in hospitals, they went to school with me, Mr. Speaker. They went to Starehe Boys Center. Dr. Griffin used to make sure he trained as many surgeons as possible. So a lot of times I go to hospitals and these young men tell me, oh, we were in school with you. And one time my son was going through surgery. I realized that Mr. Otieno, who was the main surgeon, went to school with me. He was just 1 year ahead of me. And he really took care of my son. And I felt at peace, and he came out of the hospital safe. But many people don't, and many people don't meet kind doctors. Or you find a doctor who is under pressure, who has been mishandled by the counties, who has no longer is moral, has the morality, even, you know, to feel comfortable. So doctors must be made comfortable in this country. And just like lawyers, they begin their careers very badly, with very small salaries in a district hospital, in a non-carry county government. And Mr. Speaker, you find that doctor who has been in university for 7 years has a very little salary to begin with. And they grow, they begin even having their own clinics to run separately other than where they work. And the surgeons have not been very lucky a lot of times with the patients. Patients are passed on. So it is also good for us and the public to expect that when a doctor is doing their level best, life is likely to be lost. You cannot really entirely pin down a doctor, and most of them mean well. And even the mistreated one and the demoralized one, they will still do their level best to save a life. So we can only plead with them and urge them that wherever there is a case, despite the difficult situations, then those doctors must do their level. But you remember the sad story of a young man whose father was trying to save when he himself, a medical student, just about to become a doctor, got sick. And the father was trying everything on earth to save his life. And he still died in the hands of doctors. I'm sure they wanted to save one of their own. But during the corona times, Mr. Speaker, it was very difficult. This was a strange disease which even killed a lot of doctors and a lot of medical personnel, a lot of nurses, because they are the first ones of exposure. And even doctors get exposed to strange diseases. When people eat snakes and they catch strange diseases and nobody else on earth has discovered this disease, the first person to be infected is a doctor. They are dealing with very dangerous diseases, virus-oriented diseases all over West Africa, in the forest, in the Congo forest, in Uganda, in Kenya. And these diseases, just like corona, by the time they come up with a vaccination, it was a year and a lot of Kenyans had died. I almost died of corona myself, which I had contracted from a client of mine who didn't warn me that he was sick. And I went to represent him in court, and his house was about to be demolished. So I gave him a lift, and the next day I was very sick with corona, and then when I heard he was admitted in an hospital. So doctors fought for his life, and doctors also helped me in those difficult circumstances when they were very exposed. And therefore, as we deal with these reports, we must look at that other side of the exposure of a doctor, and that some of our children are going to become doctors. And in fact, there are less people now training to become doctors. It has become a crisis. And the few nurses and doctors we train, they are not hired here. They leave the country, Mr. Speaker. They go and serve other nations while we are beginning to have a deficit. The same thing is happening with the pilots. We train, we hire them, we pay them badly, they leave for other airlines. So we need to do something about our medical profession here, so that our people don't go for lucrative careers outside, and then we train and we don't have enough, and our people continue dying, yet we blame the doctor for having, been negligent. So we, Mr. Speaker, there are many cases where negligence has been suspected, and especially brain surgery has been very delicate. It takes many hours. It takes the same time you will fly from Nairobi to New York with the KQ. It's the same time a surgeon is on his feet, while the pilot is going to be assisted somewhere midway. The surgeon will not. He will be standing there to save a life for 13, 14, 15 hours. And while he comes out so tired, goes home, and the wife, who has been waiting for many hours, may not have bread or milk because this doctor has not been paid by the county. What do you expect? The next time even the wife will run away. This man will be so depressed. How do you expect him to handle patients when he himself is so depressed by his own family? Because he cannot be able to cater for them. So we need to look at the whole matter in wholeness, the psychological bit of it, and we have not even done very well with how we check the medical status of the police, the doctors, and people who go through depressive jobs. So someone could already be sick and is suddenly patients. So Mr. Speaker, I want to support and state that we need to look at the whole policy of the medical profession, have very good packages, so that doctors can feel catered for. We don't want to see them demonstrating outside hospitals. We want to see them attending to patients. In fact, when such a demonstration is going on, it means patients are suffering, patients are dying. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Thank you, Honorable Manzo. In the course of your contributions, you made reference to the young man, Dr. Otieno, only for you to say again he was saving your son. I noticed then he could not have been a young man because he couldn't have been 1 year ahead of you in the Starry school, and yet you're still a young man. Honorable members, there being no other member seeking to contribute to this motion, I call upon Senator Essie, the mover, to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. for this opportunity. I therefore want to reply first by appreciating the contributions that have been made by the different senators. One by Senator for Kakamega, Senator Boni Halwale, the bullfighter. Senator for Kiambu, Senator Karungo Thangwa. Senator for Machakos, Senator Agnes Kavindu Mudhama. The Senator for Tana River, Danson Mungatana, also known as Mulamamba. And the Senator for Makwiny, Dan Maanzo. The senators have given very insightful contributions, which even we as a committee agree largely, especially on issues of medical negligence. Different cases across the world have actually highlighted how negligence has been dealt in the different countries. And there are those who have lessened the punishment on issues of medical negligences, especially in countries with very developed healthcare systems. But Mr. Speaker, for our case where we are still building blocks, I don't think we need to go that direction. And this committee actually gave very strong recommendations, which I hope the respective government agencies are going to seriously take in and implement. Mr. Speaker, a case like one of the issue of implementation and enforcement of the Kenya Bureau of Standards guidelines for ambulances. There should be very clearly spelled out guidelines. You see, in most of these cases, ambulances didn't even have oxygen. If an ambulance has oxygen, really there are issues of quick gains which can be done before the patient gets to very critical situation, Mr. Speaker. There is an issue of the review of Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Act with a view to providing professional indemnity, compensation of victims of medical negligence. Mr. Speaker, like I said, ordinary people have no one to stand for them. These medical professionals, and as Senator Boni Halwale can bear me witness, is one of those professionals in that area, will always have unions to defend them. But to defend someone whom we've lost, like the late Edward Otieno, no one. It has to wait for an inquiry to be brought to this house for them to get redress, Mr. Speaker. So checking of this act will actually ensure the victims are also at a better position to seek compensation. Mr. Speaker, a proposal like the Cabinet Secretary of Health in collaboration with the relevant health regulatory bodies to propose mechanisms for harmonization and of disciplinary mechanisms among health professionals with a view towards improving indemnity and strengthening accountability, Mr. Speaker, because sometimes these professionals have immunity against legal proceedings because of the very reason I gave of the unions that are defending them. Mr. Speaker, there needs to be a balance. Yes, we do not want to introduce the punitive measures to discourage healthcare professionals from partaking and giving services in this field, but we also want people to take responsibility for some of the issues they just let go, and we end up losing lives of people who would have even become future presidents of this country, Mr. Speaker. So generally, the recommendations given here resonate, and if I actually quote Senator Mungatana gave a warning to county chiefs to actually spend allocations given to them wisely, because this is an opportunity for counties to also show how best they can handle the health function, Mr. Speaker. Recently, I was watching on the news, I think it was in Nairobi, whereby through technology, they were able to support a child who had breathing difficulties, and the mother was able to conceive months later successfully, and they named the baby Blessing. Mr. Speaker, those are the positive stories we want to be reading. We do not want to conduct inquiries of lives that have been lost through medical negligence. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, allow me to conclude by saying that we are urging the government agencies that are going to be tasked with this recommendation to actually take them seriously, because a resolve has been made by the contributions of the members of this House, and as a committee, we put much of our time and effort in actually conducting the inquiries, and we strongly believe that it's in the interest of both Kenyans, the health professionals, and our facilities, because that's what leadership entails. Mr. Speaker, I reply. Thank you.
Now, honorable members, pursuant to Standing Order 84.1, I make a determination that the motion does not affect counties, and I therefore propose the question that propose the question that the Senate adopts the reports of the Standing Committee on Health laid on the table of the Senate on 31st May 2023 regarding inquiry into the following. 1. The death of the late Edward Owino Onyango on 12th of September 2022 at Mama Lucy Kibaki Hospital due to alleged medical negligence. 2. The death of the late Maureen Anyango on 7th of September 2022 due to alleged medical negligence at Mama Lucy Kibaki Hospital. And 3. The circumstances that led to the death of the late Master Travis Minor on 11th of October 2022 at the Kenyatta National Hospital. Honorable members, will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. So we'll go back to 19, right? Yes. Honorable members, earlier on we had rearranged the order paper to deal with order paper number 25, which, subject to the provisions of Standing Order 62, were combined with number 25 and 26, and therefore in the circumstances having dealt with that motion, order 25 and 26 collapses, and I will direct that we go back to the order paper, and that is order number 19. Clerk, call upon the order 19.
Order number 19, the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bills number 21 of 2023, second reading.
Senator Boni Halwale, proceed to move the bill for the second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move order number 19, being the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill. Mr. Speaker, before I move this bill, seeing how late it is in the evening, I think as a whip, I owe it to you members who, week in, week out, you close this house with me. Mr. Speaker, I want to laud the presence of Senator Thangwa of Kiambu, Senator Tobiko, Senator Esther Okenyori, nominated Senator Fatma Mungatana, nominated Senator Mariam from Mandera, Mungatana, Maonzo, Senator Wambua, in that particular respect. And I want to move this bill as follows. That if members, and Senator Okech and Senator Kavindu, Senator Mrango Karibu, I think that settlement was good. It brought people from the tea. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, if this bill, members will stand behind it and we pass it into law, it's going to give effect to an act of parliament that will provide for coordination of the public institutions in the control of food and feed safety. It also established the Office of the Food and Safety Controller and provide for the role of the county governments in food and feed safety and for connected purposes. Mr. Speaker, this bill, looked at it, read casually, is a very light bill. But I would like to request members, I'm moving this bill in a very brief time, if you could just listen and eventually read around it. It is a very important statute. Because, Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill is A, to effectively coordinate the performance of the functions of the competent authorities, and B, to enhance the accountability in the implementation of official control. Mr. Speaker, to do this, this bill intends to legislate guiding principles that will include the protection of human life and health, the protection of consumer interests in the conduct of food business and feed businesses. Honorable members, you know that all of us, including our loved ones that we have left back home, they had something to eat today. And that food was prepared by somebody. It was prepared by some institution. And it exposes this consumer to all manner of challenges, and therefore this particular guiding principle and the promotion of the use of scientific-based risk analysis when we are handling food and fish and feed matters. Furthermore, there is a need for the promotion of food safety and feed safety, and the promotion of fair trade practices in the account of food business and feed business. And finally, Mr. Speaker, but not least, the important guiding principle of the need for efficiency in the performance of official control. Mr. Speaker, running through this bill clause by clause, I find myself under clause 6. Clause 6, Mr. Speaker, is there to establish the Office of the Food Safety and the Feed Safety Controller. Mr. Speaker, clause 7 is for purposes of appointment of the controller of this office. Mr. Speaker, very quickly, clause 8 is there to specify what they are, the qualifications of the controller of this critical office. And I want to highlight that the person who will take up this national responsibility must convince the panel that he holds a master's degree in a discipline related to food safety and feed safety, and that he has at least 15 years of experience working in a field related to food safety and feed safety, and that he has at least 5 years experience working in a senior management position, and finally but not least, that he meets the requirements of Chapter 6 of the Constitution of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, why meet integrity? It is because when you are handling food, you are in a position to feed people on food, or feed people with food which is bad, or feed people which is laced with poison. So you must be somebody who subjects herself to the provisions of Chapter 6. Mr. Speaker, in clause 9, very quickly, we are speaking to the function of the controller. They include, he will be the coordinator of competent authorities through the implementation of multi-annual control plan, coordinate the development and review of multi-annual national control plan, monitor and evaluate the implementation of multi-annual control plan at the national level, liaise with the competent authorities to identify and advise on policy gaps and inadequate regulation in food safety and feed safety. Furthermore, to assess the adequacy of food safety and feed safety preparedness and make recommendations to the relevant competent authorities. Mr. Speaker, if we can have the Office of the Controller of the Weather, how can we not have the control of food safety and feed safety? It's so critical. Mr. Speaker, further to that, we should establish an information management system for food safety and feed safety in the country and verify that competent authorities have put in place systems for effective official control. Mr. Speaker, the next clause is clause 10. Clause 10 speaks to the eventuality of a vacancy in the office of the controller. And then clause 11 speaks to the removal from office of this officer. Mr. Speaker, the next part of the bill is food safety and food safety by county governments. The law has prescribed the following functions for county governments. Namely, county governments will implement and enforce food safety and feed safety. County governments will license and exercise official control of persons who conduct food business and feed business. They will also conduct capacity building on food safety and feed safety. Furthermore, they'll conduct public awareness on matters of food safety and feed safety and prepare county food safety and feed safety reports. Mr. Speaker, the county governments are further expected to provide a platform for the consultation and cooperation of the county governments and stakeholders in the implementation of multi-annual control plan. The conduct audits to ascertain compliance and enforcement of food safety and feed safety measures. They will also coordinate food safety and feed safety activities and regulate and inform official control and monitor and evaluate implementation of the multi-annual control plan. Mr. Speaker, sir, from there, Clause 17, Clause 18, 19, 20, 21, and Clause, Mr. Speaker, Clause 22, 23, and 24 are procedural and fairly straightforward. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, therefore, to speak to Clause 28. This is in terms of the financial provisions that we are going to put in this law. Mr. Speaker, in these financial provisions, there is comprehensive articulation in Clause 28, 29, 20, 30, and 39 on how we will apply financial control. Mr. Speaker, thereafter, I wish to draw attention of members to two schedules. Schedule 1, which tabulates the competent authorities that are supposed to be charged with the responsibilities within this law. The authorities include the ministry responsible for matters relating to public health and medical services, the ministry responsible for matters relating to veterinary services, crop development, and livestock development, the ministry responsible for matters related to fisheries, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Agriculture and Food Authority, the Kenya Dairy Board, the Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Services, the Pest Control Products Board, the Fertilizer and Animal Foodstuff Board, the National Biosafety Authority, and finally, the Kenya Bureau of Standards. Mr. Speaker, the second schedule is on consequential amendments. All members know what it means by consequential amendments. By dint of instruction of this particular act, other pieces of legislation will be affected, and therefore there'll be a number of consequential amendments. I will not bore you by going through them one by one, but just draw your attention to the fact that indeed they are going to be there. And Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I have come to the end of moving of this bill, and I want to ask my sister, the Vice Chair, where has she gone? The Vice Chair and Senator Mariam, nominated Senator from Mandera, to second the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, as health is crucial. We need health system to be perfect, because when we consume something in health which is not healthy, it's not good for our body. Mr. Speaker, as the object of the act is detailed, one of them is the guideline, principle, and implementation of the act should be protection of human life and health. On this, there is a statement raised by one of our senators, and it's directed to our committee. It is about edible oil, which is harmful to our health, to our body, and it is sold in all the supermarket and retail shops. And if there is this board, if there is this bill, that will never happen. There is sugar also, which is harmful for our body, which is sold in our country. If there is this bill before, that will not happen. Mr. Speaker, this bill also touches on the county issues. On the county, the role of the function of the county government. In the bill also they specify implementation and enforcing food safety and feed safety and measures, licensing and exercising official control of the person who conduct good food business and feed business. They also conduct capacity building on food safety and feed safety. Conduct public awareness on matters of food safety and feed safety. Prepare the county good safety and feed safety reports. This specifically tighten what we supposed to. If this bill goes through, it means from the county level up to the national level, our food safety will be highly safety. The food we consume is highly safety. On the rest has been, the mover has been elaborated more. On that, I second the bill. Thank you.
Honorable members, Senator Mariam, thank you for closing on secondment of the bill. We will deal with the rest of the issues on contribution when the House rises. So, honorable senators, it is now 6:30 p.m. Time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until Thursday, 23rd of November 2023 at 2:30 p.m.
Asubuhi njema kwako mtazamaji kokote uliko, karibu katika matangazo ya bunge la seneti. Leo ni Jumatano, tarehe 22 Novemba mwaka 2023, na haya ni matangazo ya moja kwa moja yakiletwa kwako na kitengo cha utangazaji cha bunge, yani Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit, tukishirikiana na shirika la utangazaji la Kenya KBC Channel 1. Jina langu ni Vusaka Litu. Mtazamaji, ombi langu kwako tukae pamoja hadi tamati ya kikao. Katika ratiba ya shughuli za bunge la seneti asubuhi ya leo, yapo mengi, mambo mengi kadha wa kadha ambayo bunge la seneti linatarajiwa kuangalia. Na kama ilivyo desturi, kila Jumatano waziri mmoja, waziri wawili hufika mbele ya bunge la seneti kujibu maswali. Naam, kwa vile hawa maseneta wanatuwakilisha mimi na wewe kutoka kaunti mbalimbali, na kuomba pia ukae utulie, manake haya maswali yanakuhusu wewe na mimi. Kwa sasa mtazamaji, naomba nikufahamishe mawaziri ambao tunawatarajia asubuhi ya leo. Kumbuka tunawatarajia tu, ndio kama kawaida, lakini iwapo watafika hatuna uhakika. Waziri wa barabara na usafiri Mheshimiwa Onesmus Murkomen anatarajiwa mbele ya bunge la seneti asubuhi ya leo. Waziri wa fedha Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u huenda aje mbele ya bunge la seneti asubuhi ya leo. Waziri wa vijana na masuala ya spoti Mheshimiwa Ababu Namwamba huenda afike mbele ya bunge la seneti. Na nikirejelea ratiba asubuhi ya leo, shughuli nambari 8 ni hoja ambayo inahusu kutangazwa kwa wizi wa mifugo kama janga la kitaifa na pia kuanzishwa kwa hazina ya waathiriwa wa wizi wa mifugo. Anayehusika na hoja hii si mwingine ila Seneta wa Baringo William Cheptumo. Katika shughuli nambari 9 ni hoja pia inahusu kutwaliwa kwa mali ya watu wanaokosa kulipa mikopo kutoka kwa taasisi mbalimbali za kukopesha pesa. Mhusika mkuu katika hoja hii si mwingine ila Seneta Wahome wa Matinga. Naam, katika ratiba shughuli nambari 10 ni hoja ya Seneta Crystal Asige. Hoja yenyewe inahusu siku ya kutotumia magari kila mwezi na maeneo ambapo magari hayataruhusiwa kutumika. Mhusika mkuu ni Crystal Asige, seneta. Seneta Asige anasema kwamba anaelewa Wakenya wana haki ya kuwa na mazingira safi na yenye afya. Hii ni kwa mujibu wa kipengee cha 42 cha katiba yetu. Seneta Asige pia anasema anaelewa usafiri, yani transportation, ndio mojawapo ya vitu ambavyo vinachangia pakubwa kwa uchafuzi wa mazingira. Na hapa analenga moshi na kelele kutoka kwa magari. Kumbuka hiki ni kitu ambacho kinafanyika kila sekunde, kila dakika, kila siku, miaka nenda miaka rudi. Uchafuzi ulioje huo. Magari ya kibinafsi ndio mengi sana katika barabara zetu humu nchini. Seneta Crystal Asige anasema pasipo kudhibiti hali hii ni wazi kwamba uchafuzi wa mazingira utazidi na hali ya hewa itazidi kudorora humu nchini. Kwa hivyo Seneta Asige hasiti kusema kwamba hali hii itawadhuru Wakenya wengi pakubwa. Seneta Asige anaiomba Wizara ya Barabara na Usafiri ishirikiane na Baraza la Magavana na Baraza la Kitaifa kuhusiana na mabadiliko ya hali ya anga ili wachukue hatua kadha wa kadha. Mojawapo ni kuchagua na kutenga siku moja kwa mwezi ambapo Wakenya hawatatumia magari ya kibinafsi. Isitoshe, anataka pia kuwe na maeneo ya miji ambapo magari hayataruhusiwa kutumika. Seneta Asige anapendekeza kwamba tunastahili kuwa na usafiri wa umma ulio mzuri kabisa, ikiwemo bus rapid transport. Wakenya wahimizwe kutumia electric hybrid buses. Hizi ni aina ya basi ambazo ni za kielektroniki na hazichafui mazingira sana ukilinganisha na basi za kawaida. Anasema Wakenya watakaofanya hivi wapewe motisha. Naam, zaidi ni kwamba anasema tunastahili kuwa na miundo msingi, yani infrastructure, ambayo itawezesha Wakenya kutotumia magari. Seneta Crystal Asige anasema miji yetu iwe na barabara za kuendeshea baiskeli na pia za watu kutembea kwa miguu pasipo kusumbuliwa na magari. Na hatimaye anasema kuwe na muungano wa njia zote za usafiri ili wasafiri wasiwe na shida kutoka sehemu moja hadi nyingine. Kufikia hapo mpenzi mtazamaji, spika wa bunge amekwisha wasili. Naam, ni naibu wa spika Kathuri Murungi ambaye amewasili. Muda si muda ataomba, kisha kikao rasmi cha bunge la seneti kitaanza. Kwake spika naibu.
To leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Clerk, confirm whether we have quorum. Okay, Sergeant at arms, leading the bell for 10 minutes.
Naam, naibu wa spika la bunge la seneti amefika, ameomba, kisha ameuliza, je, akidi tunayo? Amejibiwa kwamba hakuna akidi. Kwa hivyo ameagiza kengele kukirizwa kwa muda, ameagiza kengele kukirizwa kwa muda wa dakika 10 hivi, ndipo maseneta waingie katika bunge la seneti na kikao kianze. Naam, hapo awali kidogo mpenzi mtazamaji, nilikuwa nimekueleza kwamba leo ni siku ya Jumatano, basi tunawatarajia mawaziri kadha wa kadha. Waziri wa kwanza ambaye tunamtarajia ni waziri wa barabara na usafiri Mheshimiwa Onesmus Murkomen. Kisha tunamtarajia waziri wa fedha Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u. Waziri wa tatu ambaye anatarajiwa mbele ya bunge la seneti si mwingine ila waziri wa vijana na masuala ya spoti Mheshimiwa Ababu Namwamba. Naam, nikizidi kusonga mbele katika orodha ya mambo ambayo bunge la seneti linatarajiwa kuangalia, nambari 7 nikikurudisha nyuma kidogo ni wakati wa maswali na kauli. Tunamtarajia waziri Murkomen, waziri wa barabara na usafiri, naye atakabiliana na maswali kutoka kwa seneta Mwenda Gataya Mofaya. Huyu ni seneta wa Tharaka Nithi County. Seneta huyu anauliza ni kwa nini ujenzi wa barabara kutoka Kajiunduthi hadi Marima umesimama. Ujenzi ulianza kisha ukasimama. Barabara yenyewe inatarajiwa kupitia Iriga, Chogoria, Weru, Mutindwa, Kiriaini na hatimaye kumalizikia katika sehemu ambayo inaitwa Marima. Seneta Gataya Mofaya analalamika kwamba ujenzi wenyewe ulianza mwaka wa 2016. Hadi sasa haujamalizika. Zaidi ni kwamba umesimamishwa. Wizara ya Mheshimiwa Murkomen inachukua hatua gani? Hili ni swali la Mwenda Gataya. Kwamba wizara ya Mheshimiwa Murkomen inachukua hatua gani kuona kwamba ujenzi wa barabara hii umekamilika. Naye seneta pia anamtaka waziri Murkomen atoe makataa ya kurudia ujenzi wa barabara hii. Na hatimaye seneta Mofaya anasema barabara katika sehemu fulani huko kwake kaunti yake hazipitiki. Sehemu zenyewe anataja ni Gitumbani, Mutindwa, sehemu ambayo inaitwa Gantwaki, Kajiunduthi, Kiriaini na Marima. Anaomba kujua hatua ambazo waziri Murkomen anachukua ili kuhakikisha hizo barabara zinapitika, ije jua, ije mvua. Wapili kuuliza waziri Murkomen maswali si mwingine ila seneta mteule Peris Tobiko. Anasema barabara ya Imaroro kuelekea Isara katika kaunti ya Kajiado haina matuta ya kudhibiti kasi ya magari. Matuta yanahitajika katika maeneo yenye soko, karibu na shule, kwenye daraja. Na anasema kwa sababu hakuna matuta, ajali za barabara zimekuwa nyingi sana. Je, kuna mipango yoyote ya kuweka matuta katika barabara hiyo? Ndilo swali ambalo Senator Tobiko anamuuliza Waziri Murkomen. Swali lingine ni je, Wizara ya Barabara na Usafiri ina mipango ya kuboresha barabara ya Isinya Konza? Iwapo hiyo mipango ipo, basi itaanza lini? Senator James Murango wa kaunti ya Kirinyaga ni mwingine ambaye anatarajiwa kumuuliza Waziri Murkomen maswali, na anauliza je, wanakandarasi ambao wamepewa tenda ya ujenzi wa barabara katika kaunti ya Kirinyaga wamefanya miradi gani ya kijamii, yani corporate social responsibility CSR? Senator Murango anaomba kwamba wanakandarasi hao kupitia kwa Wizara ya Elimu wafanye jitihada kuboresha miundombinu katika shule moja ya msingi na pia shule moja ya sekondari. Na swali lingine ni kuhusu ujenzi wa barabara inayotoka Mururi kuelekea sehemu ambayo inaitwa Kiumbu. Barabara hii anasema inapitia Urumandi, sehemu ambayo inaitwa Ngushui, Mahigaini, Nyamindi, Kianugu na hatimaye kumalizikia Kiumbu. Senator Murango anataka kujua ni kwa nini ujenzi haujaanza ili hali mwanakandarasi alikwisha pewa tenda. Na tukisalia katika swala la barabara hiyo, Senator Murango anaomba kujua hali iko namna gani kuhusu tenda hiyo ambapo mwanakandarasi amechelewa kuanza kazi. Zaidi ni kwamba serikali kupitia Wizara ya Barabara na Ujenzi inachukua hatua gani kuona kwamba ujenzi huu unaanza mara moja na mwanakandarasi atachukua muda gani kukamilisha kazi katika barabara hii. Mpenzi mtazamaji, kengele inazidi kukirizwa. Maseneta kadha wa kadha wameweza kuingia katika bunge la Seneti. Baada ya muda usiokuwa mrefu kikao kitaanza, lakini nikizidi kusonga mbele, nikizidi kukueleza, Seneta wa Kirinyaga atakapomaliza na maswali yake ataingia Seneta wa Kakamega Dr. Boni Khalwale, naye pia ana maswali kwa Waziri Murkomen. Yake ni kuhusu uwanja wa ndege wa Kakamega. Ni kwamba rais alitoa amri kwamba uwanja wa Kakamega unatakiwa kuboreshwa ili uwe uwanja wa kimataifa, yani Kakamega International Airport. Mtazamaji, mimi ni mzaliwa mji wa Kakamega na Senator Dr. Khalwale anaomba kujua iwapo serikali ya kaunti ya Kakamega ilitafuta maoni, yani public participation, kutoka kwa wananchi na kupata idhini kabla ya kuhamisha watu kutoka eneo hilo. Anaomba pia kujua, je, serikali ya kaunti imefanya nini ama imefanya uchunguzi wowote kuhusu thamani ya ardhi kwa minajili ya kufidia wananchi wote ambao wameathirika na mradi huu. Swali lake la mwisho, Dr. Khalwale anaomba kujua jitihada zozote ambazo ambazo serikali imehusisha katika kuidhinisha hiyo amri ya rais ya kuboresha uwanja wa ndege wa Kakamega. Mtazamaji, tunamtarajia Waziri wa Fedha Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u afike mbele ya bunge la Seneti. Iwapo atafika, basi atakabiliana na maswali ya Seneta Kathuri Murungi wa Meru County. Kwanza ni kuhusu bima ya afya kitaifa NHIF. Seneta Murungi anaomba kujua ni kwa nini mgao wa fedha umechelewa kutoka kwa NHIF ama kutolewa kwa NHIF. Kisa hiki anasema kimesababisha sana kucheleweshwa kwa malipo katika hospitali mbalimbali. Seneta Kathuri anamwomba Waziri wa Fedha Njuguna Ndung'u atoe makataa ya tarehe ambapo mgao wa fedha utapeanwa kwa NHIF ili madeni yalipwe. Na je, serikali imeweka mikakati gani ama mikakati ipi kuhakikisha kwamba mgao huu unatolewa mara moja kabla ya NHIF kubadilishwa na kuwa SHIF, yani Social Health Insurance Fund? Naam, Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u iwapo atakuja atakabiliana na maswali kutoka kwa Senator Momoima Richard Onyonka wa Kisii County. Senator Onyonka anamwomba Waziri wa Fedha ajieleze kikamilifu kuhusu makubaliano baina ya serikali ya Kenya na mataifa ya Guba, yani Gulf countries. Mtazamaji, kumbuka yote haya ni kuhusu mafuta ya bei nafuu. Senator Onyonka anamtaka Waziri wa Fedha aweke wazi makubaliano yote na masharti yote kuhusu swala hili la mafuta ya bei nafuu. Anauliza, makubaliano ni kati ya serikali ya Kenya na taifa lipi hasa la nchi ya Guba? Swali la pili ni kuhusu lita moja ya mafuta. Bei yake katika makubaliano haya ni ipi? Seneta wa Kisii anaomba kujua bei hiyo ni nafuu kiasi gani ikilinganishwa na bei ya mafuta kwingineko duniani. Akidi tunayo, hatuna. Bado akidi haijapatikana, kwa hivyo nazidi kusonga mbele. Naam, zaidi ni kwamba tangu makubaliano hayo yafanywe, serikali yetu imeokoa pesa zozote? Ndilo swali la Seneta Onyonka ambalo anamwelekezea waziri wa fedha. Hatimaye Seneta Onyonka anauliza, tangu hayo makubaliano ya serikali kwa serikali yafanywe, G2G, government to government, je, Kenya ina deni lolote? Na iwapo kuna deni, basi ni deni la shilingi ngapi? Na hatimaye deni lenyewe litachukua muda gani kulipa? Naam, bunge la Seneti pia linamtarajia waziri wa masuala ya vijana na michezo, Mheshimiwa Ababu Namwamba. Huyu naye atakabiliana na maswali kutoka kwa Seneta Cheptumo wa Baringo County. Seneta Cheptumo anamwomba waziri aweke wazi idadi ya kambi za mazoezi humu nchini. Na sasa, na hasa kaunti ya Elgeyo Marakwet. Zaidi ni kwamba kambi hizo zimesajiliwa. Anauliza iwapo kambi hizo zimesajiliwa na iwapo ziko na leseni kutoa mafunzo, iwapo ziko na leseni ya kutoa mafunzo kwa wanariadha. Seneta wa Baringo County pia ana swali la pili ambalo linalenga wanariadha kutoka mataifa ya kigeni. Wajua Kenya inasemekana ni wazi kwamba Kenya ina wanariadha wazuri sana. Na inasemekana pia nyanda za juu za Kenya ni nzuri sana kwa mazoezi ya hawa wanariadha. Kwa hivyo wako wanariadha kutoka mataifa ya kigeni kama Ethiopia hivi na pia uzunguni ambao wanatua hapa nchini kufanya mazoezi pamoja na kina Faith Kipyegon, pamoja na kina Eliud Kipchoge, Kelvin Kiptum na wengine. Sasa Seneta Cheptumo anaomba kujua wanariadha wangapi wa kigeni ambao wanaendelea na mazoezi yao humu nchini. Na anaomba pia kujua hawa wanariadha wa kigeni wamesajiliwa na serikali yetu ama hawajasajiliwa. Iwapo wamesajiliwa, visa yao ambao wanatumia kuingia humu nchini ni visa ya aina gani? Na hatimaye Seneta Cheptumo anauliza iwapo serikali yetu ina mikakati yoyote kuona kwamba wanariadha wa Kenya wanapata mafunzo ya kisasa kwa wanariadha wa kigeni. Hatimaye anaomba kujua, je, serikali yetu inafanya nini kuona kwamba hawa wanariadha wanakuja hapa ndio, lakini wasije wakapiku wanariadha wa Kenya. Naam, tumepata akidi. Kikao.
Situation now, clerk, are we okay? So you ring the quorum bell again for another 10 minutes.
Naam, samahani mpenzi mtazamaji, bado bunge la Seneti halijapata akidi, kwa hivyo kengele inazidi kukirizwa tukitarajia kwamba hatimaye tutapata akidi na kikao cha bunge la Seneti kianze. Naam, hapo awali nilikuwa nimekueleza mengi ambayo tunatarajia kuangalia katika orodha. Samahani, sio orodha bali shughuli za bunge asubuhi ya leo. Nikawa nimekueleza kwamba ripoti kuhusu ongezeko la maeneo ya kuabudu na vifo vya watu huko Shakahola katika kaunti ya Kilifi inatarajiwa kuzungumziwa asubuhi ya leo katika bunge la Seneti. Hii ni hoja nambari 11 na anayehusika na hoja hii si mwingine ila anayehusika.
Order number 1, administration of oath.
Next order.
Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Next
order. Number 3, messages.
Next order.
Order number 4, petitions.
Next.
Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable Senators, today we have a number of questions from 2 cabinet secretaries. One starting with the cabinet secretary for transportation, roads, transportation, and public works. We have around 6 questions. So members, I understand the CS is in this building, and we have 6 questions to this CS. So honorable members, I think we should really, because of time, if we give each question 20 minutes, you see that is almost 2 hours. So I wish to give him like 1.5 hours up to 11 so that we can clear with him and get the other questions from the other CS for sports. So members, you limit your questions to the relevant question and maybe as few as possible to do the interventions. Well, there are so many questions, you can dispute yourselves to all the questions so that you can be able to ask the questions. So Sanjay Datams, where is the CS? So Sanjay Tatams, are we okay? Is the CS and his team comfortable? Okay, I want to welcome the CS loans and transportation, our former colleague, Honorable Mulkomen, to this house. CS, karibu sana to the Senate. This has been your house for quite some time. But when you were the senator for Rio Malakwet, there was no CSs who are coming here to this floor. So this is a new regime. And I want to welcome you on behalf of all the other senators so that you can clear these questions. Question number 47, asked by the nominated senator, Senator Perez Tobiko. I understand she has delegated this responsibility to the Kajiado Senator, Senator Seki. Are you ready, Senator Seki? Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The question A, is the Cabinet Secretary aware of the absence of speed bumps at crucial locations along the route from Imaroro to Isara in Kajiado County, particularly around market centers, schools, and near bridges, which has contributed to numerous accidents in the area? B, are there plans to correct speed bumps strategically along routes, and if so, could the Cabinet Secretary indicate the timelines for the same? Honorable Speaker, I have question number 48.
No, let's first clear with the 47. So the CS, that's your turn now to respond to the member. Sorry, give the CS the mic kindly.
Is that okay, Mr. Speaker?
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, this is, it's always very nostalgic to be back home. I consider Senate my home even more than the ministry where I am, because this is where, Mr. Speaker, I established my career and I was catapulted to national limelight because of the work we did here. And I appreciate and respect this House so much, Mr. Speaker, that if I may tell colleagues who are here, make the best use of this place while you are still here. Sometimes you're out there and you wish you had this platform to make certain pronouncements that are important for posterity. So I really appreciate. Number two, Mr. Speaker, before I respond to this question, I want first to thank you for indulging me. I was invited to come to the Senate, and on the first instant, the Senate cancelled my appearance because of the matter of Meru County. I was wondering, I almost said your county. I agreed to the direction of the Senate, and therefore I did not appear. Last week, Mr. Speaker, I was asked to appear before the Senate, and in consultation with the Speaker, I was asked to be here at 12 noon. The Speaker, I was here 5 minutes to 12, and I was told that the Senate, in its own wisdom, had decided that I should not appear at 12 noon. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, some propagandists created the impression that I was not comfortable to come to this House, and went and posted messages online that I ran out from this chamber. Mr. Speaker, if there is anything that gets me excited, is to be here. If I can come back again tomorrow, I want to be here. Because I held others into account, I am ready to be held into account by this House. And what is that to fear of, actually, from being accountable to the people of Kenya? There should be no reason, Mr. Speaker, that any cabinet secretary should run out from this House. I want to assure Honorable Mukatana, Honorable Kalwale, and the other, Mr. Speaker, that I cannot run out from this chamber. I respect this chamber. I love this chamber, Mr. Speaker. The last thing is, Mr. Speaker, to respond to this question, which is more or less straightforward. But, Mr. Speaker, I wish to clarify that the Ministry through Kenya Rural Roads Authority installed speed reduction measures in form of road bumps, ramp strips, speed control signage, and warning signs along the Imaroro Mashuru Isara Road project during the construction phase. The areas where the speed control measures were put in place are indicated in the table below, which, Mr. Speaker, I already submitted to this House way before. There are ramp strips and traffic signs at junction with Emali Oloitoktok Road A5, ramp strips and traffic signs Isara and Bilini Junction, road bumps and ramp strips and traffic signs Selengei Trading Center at kilometer 37, Mr. Speaker, road bumps, rumble strips, and traffic signs at Selengate Trading Center at kilometer 38. Road bumps, rumble strips, and traffic signs, Mashuru Town, which incorporates Mashuru Secondary and other social amenities within the area. Road bumps, rumble strips, and traffic signs, Mashuru Town at 50 kilometer. Road bumps, rumble strips, and traffic signs, Mashuru Town at 51 kilometers. Rumble strips and traffic signs at the Darasa Moja School, and road bumps, rumble strips, and traffic signs at Imaroro Town. The ministry, through its implementing agency, Kenya Rural Roads Authority, is carrying out a detailed assessment of the possible locations where there is need to institute speed control measures that have arisen from the new development along the road project. This will allow the ministry to undertake the necessary interventions that include erection of road bumps, rumble strips, road safety signage, zebra crossing, among other requirements. This will be done under the current performance-based routine maintenance contract and continued until or under our regular maintenance program. Further, I would like to bring to the attention of the House that the road has enhanced mobility in the catchment areas, thus leading to significant socio-economic activities, new settlement, population growth, and increased development along the road. There is therefore need for intense public sensitization for the area residents on road usage. The Ministry also undertakes to include the project in the forthcoming road safety interventions and programs to raise awareness among the residents of this area. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, CS. I can see the light phone of this question has just entered this House. Senator Tobiko, do you have this response with you from the CS? So now
yes, I do, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Now you have an opportunity to ask two interventions or two questions. Or if you want to settle down first, maybe you can give to the other members. Maybe they can go first and then you can conclude. Senator Seki?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The question a supplementary question to this question is in regards to Imaroro, Mashuru Isara Road, where I want to request the Cabinet Secretary to tell us the plans of maintenance and repair of that road, because it is completely it has weared out. It is it's a road that has really, it is just a very new road, but it has so many potholes. Is there any plan with the ministry to maintain and try to fill the potholes that has been really causing a lot of accidents in that road?
Yes.
So, Speaker, first of all, this is part of the roads in the country that were constructed under low volume seal. The Speaker, in most, you will agree with me that including your county, including Kakamega County, and a number of counties in this country, almost every county had at least a road for low volume seal. The Speaker, the intention then by the government in the first term of Jubilee administration was that to accelerate achieving the 10,000 kilometer road, it was important to, in the really very rural areas where there was not much traffic, to build a road that is basically going to be used locally by a few cars, because the statistics then showed that there were very few cars. Unfortunately, or fortunately, every time you construct a road, it attracts higher traffic volume. The problem is that in your area, there is also big lorries that are using the same route. It was never intended that lorries should use that route. As a result, Mr. Speaker, we have decided that going forward, low volume seal roads are not going to be constructed in future. We will only use standard road constructions, the existing standards that were there and that are being used by Ken and Kura to construct all the other rural roads. But for that particular road, you know it is under performance contracting. We are going to seal the number of areas that have potholes. We are aware about the same. We are also going to introduce axle road to weigh the kind of vehicles that are going to use that road, so that trailers and lorries, big lorries, are not going to use that particular road because it was not intended, it's not gazetted for their use. So the plans are underway as indicated in the statement, but I wanted to assure you that also going forward, resources permitting, we will upgrade the road to become to higher standard beyond the low volume seal.
Senator Chute Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me thank the CS for coming before us today. My question is in regards to the El Nino rains. The El Nino rains has caused havoc and devastation on our many roads, specifically in Marsabit County. People are starving to death now. There is a big problem. There is food in the next center, but because the roads are not there, people cannot access that food. I want the CS to tell us what measures has he put in place to make sure the current rains is not going to create problems for our people. The road between Laisamis and Amare is completely gone, and also the road between Logologo and Kor are impassable. Can the CS please tell us what he can do on a temporary basis for now, so that the food, water, and other essential commodities can reach the centers? And in future also, what measures is he going to put in place so that this situation cannot repeat itself again? Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable CS.
Mr. Speaker, the El Nino phenomenon is a big problem now, and this is a whole topic on its own. The northern part of the country is severely affected, and the northeastern part of the country and the upper eastern, they are the ones that have received the highest volume of rain, not just in the country, but also in the neighboring country, especially Ethiopia. That's why Marsabit is affected, Logologo area, and all those parts of Marsabit. As you might have seen, Mr. Speaker, the rains in your county, in Meru, have also severely affected roads in Garissa and Samburu. The road from Garissa to Wajir, the road of Nuno Modokashe, the road from Wajir to Mandera, the road in Tana River, including in Hola town, where the only tarmac road we had in the town was swept. Mr. Speaker, this problem is, we have had a meeting chaired by the Deputy President on response of El Nino, and the response is beyond just my ministry. Our ministry is just dealing with the infrastructure challenges. At the moment, there's very little we can do to continue construction of roads. We cannot attempt even to restore the road because the rains are not over yet. What we are doing is that we appointed Kenya to be the lead agency in terms of emergency response. Even if the road is Kera or Kura, we have stationed contractors who are having performance-based contracts in the various parts of the country to be on standby to help in opening the roads. We are also trying to construct temporary box culverts that will allow us to manage traffic for now and allow some of the goods to be transported to those parts of the country. I will urge colleagues from that region to remain patient, work with government, first of all, to make sure that we sensitize our citizens not to cross the seasonal rivers by force, because the consequences are devastating. We've lost lives because people are taking unnecessary risk. The question of food, the relevant department of government is working to see if they can airlift using the KDF team. I should be going to that region with my colleague Duale and other teams and other cabinet secretaries along the week or towards the end of the week. But the key issue is to make sure that we remain vigilant. We have been told by the meteorological department that this phenomenon may continue up to April. That means we need to be ready to face this challenge for the long period of time that is ahead of us. Last, Mr. Speaker, we are preparing ourselves to and every day assessing the damage to see what we are going to do post the El Nino period to restore the infrastructure, because that's a big issue. Unfortunately, we have had meeting with development partners. We were with World Bank last week. Some of the discussions we're having is what are we going to do, because we have already a constrained budget. And then now with the destruction of infrastructure, resources are likely to be diverted even further to restore emergency works, to restore the roads, to make them passable. So I believe that comprehensively after this El Nino, we shall have a clear budget and see how to work with Treasury and National Assembly to see that those resources are provided for. And I look forward to meeting Senator Chute and the leaders from Marsabit anytime between this week and next week to see specifically which areas we can deal together. We had a meeting with Mandera the other week. We are having a meeting also with Tana River County, Mr. Speaker, soon, and then we see. And I think that meeting should happen between now and next week, so that, Mr. Speaker, we can iron out some of the things that we need to deal with locally.
Thank you. See, as you know, matters loans are very emotive, especially this time. And if I look at my screen, almost everybody in this, every member in this room wants to speak or to ask a question. So as I guided when we started, I'll be taking 20 minutes per question. So if you have not asked on this question, still you have an opportunity, because there are 6 questions to go. But I have 3 minutes, Senator Sifuna. And let us be as brief as possible. Also, the CS, don't give, just be specific and to the point. I can see like you really miss this floor. So you are taking advantage now to express yourself more since you are here. So Senator Sifuna, kindly.
Mr. Speaker, there is a terrible situation unfolding at the JKIA in Nairobi, where passengers are dropped off almost 100 meters from the terminals with the rain. I want the CS to explain to me the rationale of dropping passengers all the way away from the entrances of the terminals in this particular season when it's raining, Mr. Speaker. We have seen mothers carrying their children through the rain, and the CS is a traveled man. He has seen what other international airports look like. Why can't we drop passengers at the doors of the terminals? Because we already have a security check at the entrance of the airport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
CS, that's a very direct question.
Mr. Speaker, it's not that I don't want to answer the question, but with your guidance, even if it's not now, for future, is there a latitude to ask any question, even where the ministry has not prepared a response? Because I have no problem answering the question, but we move from a road to the...
What has been happening, CS, is like the guideline is members should really stick to that particular question. But 1 or 2 questions really is not a bad thing, just to give guidance, and also because we can't really restrict the members to stick on Kajiado Road, on one road.
No, I'm just saying, yes, I agree.
Just 1 or 2.
I agree, Mr. Speaker.
If you are not really still, you can say you will do your work, homework, and then report back.
No, not really. I just wanted to, it would have been more appropriate to respond to Senator Sifuna's question under the other question on Kakamega airstrip. It would have been more relevant than under this. But nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, the airport dropping areas are determined by security plans within the airport. I've just landed at the JKIA this morning, Mr. Speaker, and like many other passengers, ourselves, the President, were dropped far away from the terminal, and we had to walk through the rain with umbrellas to the terminal itself. Mr. Speaker, this is nothing just changes because of the rain. The plans are already in place for where an aeroplane is designated, where they park. Mr. Speaker, the ones that are able to use the ladder, there's a name for it, Mr. Speaker, that helps enter the airport directly are helped to do so. But Mr. Speaker, in the long run, as I have said before, our JKIA infrastructure is a bit constrained to accommodate all the airlines and to accommodate all the parking that we require. And that's an issue that is in regard to building a new terminal, Mr. Speaker, that I've said over and over again. We are in the process of working on a new PPP model of a new terminal that we should be advertising on 15th of January. And hopefully, Mr. Speaker, by June, we get the relevant contractor so that in the next 3 years, we have a complete new airport. That, Mr. Speaker, I promised when I was being vetted to come to office that I was going to resolve first the dispute that was there between a Chinese company, Katik, and KAA, whose contract was terminated in 2015. Unfortunately, when we should have built a new terminal. Mr. Speaker, I report to the country that in record time we have resolved that dispute and saved the country the claims that they were making of 25 billion shillings. Now the greenfield is free and open and vacant for us to advertise for a new PPP contractor to build a new terminal. I shall be saying more later, Mr. Speaker, when I respond to the question of Senator Kalwale on the Kakamega airstrip. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, CS. Senator Tobiko, on this question 047, do you have any supplementary question? At least one, because you have the next question is also from you, 048.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to make a follow-up on the supplementary question that Senator Seki had asked on the Isara Mashuru Kajiado Road, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I needed maybe the CS to understand, because I'm sure he's responding, of course, with the data he's being given from the ministry, and we are the users of this road, so I just want to, to give the CS a better picture of that road. Mr. Speaker, this road, although the entire road was meant to be low volume, the part from Kajiado to Imaroro was done by Kenha. Then the other part from Imaroro to Isara was done by Kera. Now, Mr. CS, this is where you'll see the difference in workmanship of different government agencies. The part that was done by Kenha from Kajiado to Maroro is good, although it's low volume, and being used by the same lorries, heavy trucks, sand harvesting trucks. But the part from Imaroro to Isara, which was done by Kera, this is where we have problems. This is where we have bumps missing at strategic places, like towards bridges and all that. And this is also where we have all the potholes now. So when you see both sides of the road, although the road is meant to be all low volume, you can see the workmanship by Kera was terribly poor. The one by Kenha was fairly well done. So, Mr. CS, the part that was done by Kera really needs to be
specific.
Yes.
Be specific to your supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very specific that the part that was done by Kera from Imaroro to Isara is in terrible condition. It has potholes, it's causing accidents, and really this is where we need the ministry to immediately come in, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. And then I had another question.
I think that's a similar question Senator Sekian asked, but can just 1 minute on that stretch of there are dilapidated road.
It's not true that it's not true, as the senator said, that Kena did part of the road. No, it was Kera. Both of it is Kera. But the difference, Mr. Speaker, is that the road to Imaroro is by Kera, but annuity program. annuity program is the one where we were signing up with a private investor to construct, maintain, and at a very exorbitant prices and cost that since I came to office, I have terminated that program because it was exploitative and the cost. We will discuss that in other times, Speaker. But the second part now was done under low volume. That makes the two difference. The difference is that the other one is under annuity, the second part is under low volume. And the rest of the answer that goes with low volume, I had already put it unanswered. I don't know whether the senator was already in, but in a nutshell, is to just say that the low volume also seal program has caused us problems across the country. You have roads that before they are complete, they also have potholes. And again, we have decided that we will not continue with low volume seal. Even for the ongoing roads, we'll try to make sure that we do it to the standard level to avoid the situation we are in. And we promised, Honorable Senator, that we shall be able to attend to that road as part of our maintenance responsibilities. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Tobiko, kindly ask the next question, 048.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe the next question was 048. This is the question about the Isinya Konza Road, which we needed to know, Mr. Speaker, if there are plans to upgrade the Isinya Konza Road to bitumen standards, and if so, for the minister to indicate the projected timelines for the same.
Yes.
Following on your directions, Mr. Speaker, I'll just be brief to say that road is extremely important. It is strategic. Konza Technopolis is Silicon Savannah, and it's very important for us to make sure that we support the infrastructure around it. Mr. Speaker, I was part of a delegation with the president that went to Korea late last year, and part of the roads we submitted for possible consideration in terms of financial support from the Korean administration or government is this road. And therefore, I want to assure you, Honorable Senator Tobiko, that yes, the ministry through Kenya has plans to upgrade the Isinya Konza Road to bitumen standards and has completed the design and tender documents are ready. The timelines for works will only be set upon us finding the funds. And I can assure you that we are working on it. If I had the time, I'll tell you the humongous responsibility we have first to complete the pending roads before we come to this. That is why, because we cannot finance this under GOK funding, the only way is to work with development partners, and Korea government is one of those development partners we're trying to work with to support this road. And thank you.
So, Honorable Senators, I want to give further guidance that once we read the question by the Senator and the CS response, I want to get specific supplementary question from the Senator, and then we move to the next question. I want to spare 40 minutes at the end of his session so that now I open up to Senators to ask any other issues that you might be having. So that we can save time and track the real supplementary questions. I want to now, Senator Tobiko, to ask you a specific supplementary question on this specific road.
Mr. Speaker, you know, it's a bit difficult to be on that specific road because, as the CS has said, they are waiting for funds. But, Speaker, allow us to, make connected, supplementary questions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to inform the CS that on this floor, I have lamented and I have brought the cry of the people of Kajiado, specifically on the issue of, raising a number of our roads to bitumen standards, particularly that Isinya Konza Road, because as you say, it's connected to the Konza Technopolis, which is the city
of the future, and Kajiado wants to get connected to that city. Mr. Speaker, but I want to give the CS the scenario in Kajiado. Mr. CS, the Mombasa Road, right from Namanga Junction, as you go towards Machakos Junction, at KMC, there is a road that has been raised to bitumen standards going to Kinanie, the Machakos side. The Kajiado side, there is nothing. Mr. CS, before you reach Machakos Junction, there is another road towards Moa Hills, going to Sonko Home and those environs. On the Kajiado side, there is no road. But to Kambani, there is a tarmac that has been raised just recently. Mr. CS, of course, there is at Machakos Junction, there is a road going to Machakos headquarters and town. No road on the Machakos side. After the Machakos Junction, before you reach Konza Junction, there is a new road. I don't know what it's called. Senator Kavintu can tell us. There is a new road done, bitumen standard, towards Ukambani side. On the same breath, on the Kajiado side, nothing. Konza Junction, there is a road going towards Machakos Junction, the one we want you to connect to Kajiado now. On the Kajiado side, nothing. Then reaching Salama, there is a road going to Wote, tarmac. On the Kajiado side, nothing. Mr. CS, Kajiado has voted for this government. Kajiado has voted for this government. And Mr. CS, this is the government of William Samoei Ruto is the only one that can rescue the Kajiado people so that we are also considered as Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, I want the CS to get our picture because it's painful. Even electricity, it's only on the Ukambani side. On the Kajiado side, they think maybe we want electricity for cows, but we need for human beings, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, please, Kajiado needs development. And I'm really praying that the CS will get, and I'm the vice chair of the Transport Committee, the Roads and Transport Committee, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hope the CS is getting the pain that I'm carrying for the people of Kajiado, because it's real. And we feel like we have been left out. Thank you.
Senator Tobiko, I also want to understand. Do you mean the road is continuous from the Ukambani side, it closes the tarmac, and then the other side is continuous? There is a point of order from Senator Agnes Kavindu.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell a senator that most of these roads she has mentioned are not made by the ministry, but by the county government of Machakos. So yes, like the Mua Road was done by county government of Machakos, and that particular road you're talking about, it goes to this church of one of the prominent businessmen in Machakos. He did it personally. So most of these roads are made by the county government. They are not roads for the ministry. So but maybe your account is sleeping on this.
Senator Agnes Kavin, that was a point of information, not a point of order. So, CS.
Mr. Speaker, while I agree with Senator Tobiko that a number of roads have been done in Machakos County on the left side of the Mombasa Road as you go to Mombasa. And I disagree with Senator, my friend Kavindu, that done by county, it was actually done by us, the national government. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. We don't do roads in County A because it has been done in County B. Mr. Speaker, Kajiado does not deserve roads because Machakos has been done. Kajiado deserves roads because they have a right to have roads, not in comparison to Machakos. And that's where I disagree with Senator Tobiko, because it is not Machakos versus Kajiado. The entity that is supposed to develop our country and the ministry that I preside over should be able to look at the needs of every county and respond to those needs independent of what's happening in another county, so that it's not pitting one county as against the other. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't mean that there is no work going on with Kajiado County. Kajiado County is one of the biggest in the country. Very vast county. That is why even if you do 200 kilometers, they don't feel it. Because, Mr. Speaker, the county is big. A lot of work needs to be done. I want to report to the Senator that there's the road also of Isiara, Imaroro, Kajiado, up to Kiseri and Ngong, is parallel to the Mombasa road. But our job is to make sure that we connect the remaining connectors on this parallel road, including the one you have raised. But also to report to you that the road of Ilasit Njukini, that is connecting Taita Taveta and Kajiado County, is under now negotiation to move it from the annuity program that was and deliver it under a different format, which is in this case EPC. And I want to try my best to ensure that we get the contract on site by March. I am undertaking personal commitment and negotiation as a CS with the relevant agencies to make sure that that conversion happens so that we save the country a lot of money from the annuity program that I told you earlier, but deliver that road hopefully by making sure that the contractor is on site by March. So last thing is that I know for sure Kajiado County voted for the government of the day. But as a cabinet secretary, I serve everybody. I serve for those who have been voted for, and I serve also those who did not vote for the government of the day, because my responsibility is to serve everybody equally. So Kajiado deserves roads for being Kajiado, not for voting for the president, and not also because Machakos are good roads.
Thank you. Because this matter is touching on Kajiado, let me allow the Kajiado Senator to ask his supplementary question.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also want to thank the Cabinet Secretary, particularly on the Ilasit Njukini Road, which has also given a commitment of March next year. I look forward to see successful. I go straight to the question, a supplementary question in regards to the connection of Irongai, Twala, Kitengela Road, CS. Is there any plans and within the ministry and government to do that road, and particularly also on the issue of a 65 road, Kajiado North roads that are yet to be completed? Please just do a commitment on the same, because it's something that you really understand. You may not need to go back to the office. The Kajiado North 65 kilometers road that has yet to be connected along the Kajiado North, and the connection between Rongai to Kitengela Road. Please, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
Honorable CS.
The bypass from Kitengela to Rongai is about 24 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, it's on the design stage. At the moment, we are the same fate, that we want to design and see how to raise the funds. Initially, we've been thinking, in the past we thought maybe we should do a PPP from this junction at Galleria, a ring road up to Karen via Kiserian, Rongai, Kiserian, Kajiado to the corner here. Those plans are still being thought through, and whether it is economically viable to deliver it through PPP. But the junction you're talking about, the link straight from Rongai to Kiserian, is something that we are working on.